pick probably because it will come out.
I think it happened, right?
Yeah.
If it's you, you better beat Pitt. Otherwise, don't come back here.
I hope you've been studying that Pitt defense, Nick.
Yeah, I have. They got Aaron Donald over there.
Throwing helmets?
Yeah.
All right, well,
Pitt player.
Commanders.
We can talk about that at a later day.
Commanders, final preseason game tomorrow. We'll have that game for you right here on Talk Radio WRNR tomorrow, 7 p.m. It'll be a 5 p.m. pregame show in Baltimore to play the Ravens. Ravens have won 22 straight preseason games. We already know Ron Rivera said that they'll play very limited with the starters. I'm assuming one drive no matter what happens for each team, whether it's a 3-and-out or they go down the field, score a touchdown. You'd like that to end that way. But I think that if they do so, that'll look good. If not, you'll still have more questions about the offense.
We're going to make it 23 in a row, baby. Ravens preseason champions.
You know, I already made the joke that the Ravens preseason streak is now longer than the Undertaker streak. But you know what I think of when I think of the Washington Commanders?
The Undertaker?
Brock Lesnar. The streak ends Saturday night.
Brock Lesnar ain't walking through that door, Colin. He's not putting on the pads.
I mean, I can care less what happens in tomorrow's preseason game, but I'll say that the Ravens are probably going to win because
probably they just can't lose a preseason game.
But if the Commanders go down the field and they score first, it's probably going to be against like the Ravens' second-string defense. So is it really something to be proud about?
Yeah, I don't know. Steelers also in action this weekend, Sunday against the Lions at 4:30 p.m. Nationals back in action tonight.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
The following sports special is a broadcast presentation of Talk Radio WRNR, Martinsburg.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
We ask for a chance is fair.
We ask for a chance is fair.
Chance to equal our stripe. Chance to do it there.
Chance to do it there.
We should win.
We should win.
Let it be by the code.
Let it be by the code.
Faith and honor held high.
Faith and honor held high.
We should lose.
We should lose.
Stand by the road.
Stand by the road.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Day by day.
Day by day.
We get better and better.
We get better and better.
So we can't beat beat.
We can't beat beat.
Woo, beat.
Who let the dogs out? It's time for the excitement of West Virginia high school football, featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. To get you ready for today's play-by-play action, we'll bring you interviews, in-depth analysis, and important game information on the pregame show. So let's get things started by going to the stadium and join our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium as we welcome you now into the Matt Miller broadcast booth. Colin McLaughlin here. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop. Our crew today is Donald Kinney, Justice Kinney, Spencer Dupuis, Donna Schaffner, and back at the studio, it is Nick Verzolini as we welcome you into our W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater networking, audio-video distribution, and more. Phone 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. And as I just mentioned our crew, I want to give a shout-out to a guy that is typically on our crew in John Alderton, as well as his brother, Rick Alderton, watching back at home with their mom. Shout out to you, Mama Alderton, and continue fighting. We are keeping you in our prayers and love you from Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 as the Martinsburg Bulldogs take on the Salem Spartans to open up this season. Both teams, tough teams last year, as I welcome in my broadcast partner, Dylan Bishop, and I'd start with Salem last year, going 11-2 overall and falling just short in the state semifinals there in Virginia for Class 4A, Dylan.
Yeah, this is one of the powerhouses in the state of Virginia. They went, again, like you said, 11-2, lost in the state semifinals to Broad Run. But I think this is a team that they could be going through a bit of a retooling phase. They lost a lot of players, 8 players on one side of the ball and 6 on the other, including a few key contributors like Cam Leftwich. So it's going to be an interesting year for Salem, but it's going to be especially interesting going up against the best team in the state of West Virginia.
That being our Martinsburg Bulldogs, 9-time defending state champions, coming off a state championship last season, 13-1 overall record for Martinsburg. And the team lost 12 seniors last year, but returning a lot on both sides of the ball, including offensively, being led by Murphy Clement as well as Ezra Bajan.
Yeah, I think they lost Hudson Clement, the best player in the country, or the state of West Virginia.
I mean, you could say best in the country for some.
Yeah, you never know. But best player in the state of West Virginia. But they could have the best player in the state as well in his younger brother, Murphy Clement, here at quarterback, and the running quarterback alongside Ezra Bajan, who's going to throw the ball a little more. A guy had 23 touchdowns last year. So Murphy Clement is going to be a big part of this team. Ezra Bajan and Cam Chalice on the other side of the ball, the leading tackler, comes back. So a lot of key contributors are coming back for the Bulldogs.
Yes, it should be fun to see them, but even though both teams last year did well, this is week 1 of this season, so both teams obviously 0-0. You got to forget the past and look to the future. It should be a hard-fought game between Salem and Martinsburg. As we had a game yesterday, though, that you were the color commentator for as well, Dylan, and that was the Hedgesville against Washington game, and what a game that was. It was Washington taking that 15-0 lead in the first half, but Hedgesville mounting a pretty big comeback there in the second half.
It was a great game for Hedgesville. I mean, 37 unanswered points in the second half. 34, excuse me. 34 unanswered points in the second half. Jackson West, big time through the air and on the ground. His legs were a big part of that rushing attack for Hedgesville. And Washington couldn't get it going on the running offense like they did last 2 years against Hedgesville. I think it's a really improved year for the Eagles.
So yeah, now Hedgesville moves on to 1-0. Washington fell to 0-1 as they have games next week, but other games going around the EPAC. As after this, you'll get the check of the area schedule. But before that, let's break it down here just a little bit. As another EPAC game going on today, it is the Spring Mills Cardinals hosting the Musselman Applemen. Musselman going 3-7 last year, trying to flip that around as it was their first losing record in 8 years for the Applemen. Spring Mills, a very young team, yet again led by the sophomore in Max Anderson, coming off a 4-6 season, Dylan. That one should be an interesting game, though.
I think it is going to be interesting. Both those teams are in flux right now. You get a young team in Spring Mills and a team that was missing their quarterback last year in Musselman. Baden Hartman, he's going to be back, so I think that's going to be a big thing for them, that they can possibly get back above 500.
And then the other game that we'll have is that Jefferson-Millbrook game going on around the state as Jefferson heads to Millbrook, Virginia, a team that last year was 1-9 for Millbrook. Jefferson the opposite and 9-1, but they're without Sammy Roberts, who is now at Shepherd University, being a backup quarterback there. And for Jefferson, they'll have 2 new quarterbacks there, both juniors, in Quentin Goins as well as Hammerich. So we'll take a break now, and then when we come back, you'll get the check of the area schedule. You're tuned in to Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the check of the area schedule, brought to you by Sunset Water Services, proudly installing water softeners in Martinsburg and Berkeley County since 1989. Last night was the kickoff to the 2022 high school football season in the Mountain State. Washington and Hedgesville was the game we had on hand. The Patriots were the better team in the first half, taking a 15-0 lead heading into halftime over the Eagles, but the Eagles mounted a second-half comeback for the ages, scoring 34 unanswered points, giving Hedgesville its first victory over Washington since 2018 by the final score of 34-15. Here's what Hedgesville head coach Matt Faircloth had to say after the win.
We knew what we were capable of. You know, that first half doesn't show it. We're turning the ball over. We're doing crazy stuff. Biggest thing about it is I think in the second half you saw what we're capable of. They played well in the first half, but we gave up two big plays that shouldn't have happened. You know, when we went into halftime, we challenged them, you know, and at the end of the day, they responded.
Jefferson starts the season on the road as they head to Virginia to kick off the season against Millbrook. Jefferson is coming off a fantastic 9-1 regular season, while Millbrook is coming off a 1-9 season. Jefferson head coach Craig Hunter shared what the Cougars' game plan will be against Millbrook, who is now running a similar offense to a familiar foe of Jefferson's.
Basically what we've seen so far, and now they run a single-wing offense, so mainly the game plan is to basically shut down the run game, stop the run, don't get fooled by all the misdirection in the backfield, that they hit us with a pass, a long pass. That's pretty much the game plan right now. Offensively, we're going to see some things that we like, that favors what we do. So we're going to try to accentuate that and minimize mistakes.
The Cougars' main focus is replacing the quarterback position with Sammy Roberts graduating last year. Juniors Quentin Goins and Dylan Harrich are competing for the QB1 position. Coach Hunter spoke on what they bring to the table for his team.
Quentin has a really strong arm. He's a big kid that sits back there and can throw the ball and put every throw we needed. I think Dylan is a more of a dual threat type guy who has a lot of speed back there, who can, you know, we can run him, get him outside the pocket, do different things with him. That gives us a different aspect of the offense.
Musselman and Spring Mills start their seasons against one another again this year. Musselman is coming off a 3-7 season, and Applemen head coach Brian Thomas says that this season will be different.
We expect to be back in the playoffs. You know, we expect to be one of the top teams in the state. You know, we had such a good run there for about I think we had a 5-year run. We were top 5 in the state for I believe 5 consecutive years. So, you know, the expectations are high. You know, I think we have the talent, we have the depth to win a state championship. I've thought that for years. So, you know, I'm the type of competitive person that everything that I do, I feel like I'm going to win, and I try to instill that in the kids that we have, the players that we have. So, you know, we you know, ultimately, you know, you don't want to get in the coach's cliche and say, yeah, you know, just one game at a time, you know, which is true, but, you know, at the same time, I want to get back into the playoffs, and, you know, we want to be playing football into late November.
Musselman's path to get to the playoffs this year will be tough. Coach Thomas says it could possibly be one of the toughest in the state.
We easily have one of the toughest schedules in the state. You know, if it's not the toughest, you know, I definitely think it's top 2, top 3. Playing at Spring Mills or at Martinsburg, you know, it's not like you got to travel hours and hours down the road. So, you know, we play Spring Mills, play Jefferson, we play Martinsburg, we play Sherando. Those are our first 4 games. None of those are far games. So, you know, to me, it doesn't matter if we play at home. It doesn't really matter if we play there. You know, every field's the same dimensions, the same size. We're going to line up and play the same type of football. We just got to execute.
Spring Mills is a very young team again this season. However, they are an experienced team according to head coach Josh Sims. Sims says his team is ready to go against Musselman, which they view as a rivalry game.
Obviously, your first game, you want to get started and get that positivity rolling, but when you add the fact that it's Musselman, you know, obviously being an EPAC team, but also a rival, you know, that definitely is an important game. It's not the end-all or be-all by any stretch, but that's definitely one these kids have circled in their calendar, you know, from last year.
Sims Williams is continuing to focus on building the young program at Spring Mills. To do that, he says that a lot of additions have been made all around the program.
From last year to this year, there's been a lot of changes within the program. Number one, this is this staff's first year without COVID hanging over everyone's head. We've added multiple new coaches. We got a new defense coordinator in Buddy Hessen, who's brought great intensity to our football team, has really got, brought great knowledge and experience to our defense, so we're very excited on that side of the ball. Also, too, another former Martinsburg, standout, his nephew, Jalen Hessen, also helping at on the defensive line, has once again brought good experience and some good youth, to our program. So, we've added some new players as well as new, coaches and some new uniforms. So it's one of those things where we definitely, made some upgrades in the off season. We're really excited to, see how this stuff goes.
That was your check of the area schedule, brought to you by Sunset Water Services, proudly installing water softeners in Martinsburg and Berkeley County since 1989. Again, our matchup tonight is the Salem Spartans at the Martinsburg Bulldogs, and we'll continue to preview this matchup on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show after this break. You're tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10, your home for Martinsburg football.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with 1-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Phone 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. Colin McLaughlin here alongside me is Dylan Bishop, as we will now take a look at the visiting Salem Spartans, coached by Don Holter, who's in his 4th year as the head coach at Salem with a record of 33-4 over his 3 seasons. He was an assistant coach for 4 years before that under the prior head coach in Stephen Mackenberger. He had 169 wins and 5 state titles at Salem, and Coach Holter is from West Virginia. He's actually from the Huntington-Viston area. As we take a look at Salem, they got 40 guys on their roster this year, 16 seniors, 19 juniors, and 5 sophomores. Dylan, as we look at the notes about the history of Salem here, starting with them being in that Class 4A North region from the River Ridge District, and just like Martinsburg, they know how to win state championships.
They have 10-time state champions in the state of Virginia since 1996, including 4 since 2015. They went back-to-back-to-back in 15, 16, and 17, and their last one was in 2020. So this team, again, just like Martinsburg, like you said, knows how to win. They went 11-2 last year. They went 8-1 in the regular season. That one loss in the regular season coming to the Bulldogs last year in Week 1, 35-14, before eventually getting to the state semifinals and losing 28-24 to Broad Run. This is a team that averaged almost 40 points a game last year, 39.5, and they only gave up 11.3 in games overall on the season. They're replacing a lot from last year. 8 starters on defense, 6 on offense. So it's a lot for them to replace coming from last year's game where they put up 201 total yards against Martinsburg, 135 rushing and 66 passing. So chances are this Salem team is going to try to run the ball on the Bulldogs defense.
Yeah, and leading the charge there with the rushing attack will be number 3, Chris Martin, the 6'1", 180-pound junior for the Salem Spartans, lined up behind the quarterback, and number 10, Deron Wilson, the 6'2" senior, is being looked at Virginia Tech as well as Old Dominion. He's made some visits as well. And speaking of Virginia Tech, if he gets to throw the ball, look for his main target to be the 6'1" junior and Chris Cole, who already has a full ride offer from the Virginia Tech Hokies. So look for him to make a big impact tonight for Salem.
He is only a junior, getting a full ride offer from Virginia Tech as a junior, not even a senior. He still has time, 2 seasons left under his belt to get more offers than even just that if he so chooses to take them. So that's going to be a big guy to watch out for when it comes to stopping this Salem offense.
As Salem trying to get its first win over Martinsburg, as these two teams so far have only met twice, both being at Salem. So this is the first time Salem has been at Martinsburg, as in 2019 it was a 49-14 win for the Bulldogs. And then, as you said last year, Dylan, it was a 35-21 win for Martinsburg. And the original home game out of the 4-year home-and-home matchup was supposed to be in 2020, in which Salem was supposed to come to Martinsburg, but due to the COVID rules and Salem being in Virginia, Virginia decided to move their football season to the spring, and they also, as you said earlier, became state champions that year. That was their 10th state championship in 2020 for the Salem Spartans. We're going to take another break, and on the other side of this break, you'll get our coaches' pregame interviews brought to you by Parsons Ford, as you'll hear from the head coach and Don Holter from Salem. This is Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC, is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, go Bulldogs.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency, BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back into the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show as we get into the coaches' pregame interviews brought to you by Parsons Ford, 1400 Shepherdstown Road, and online at parsonsfordofmartinsburg.com. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons. So we're now joined by Coach Don Holter with the Salem Spartans. Coach Holter, your team coming off a semifinal loss in the state playoffs last year. How's the team looking this year to get back or do better this season?
Well, young people are reloading and working hard, and some of them are learning some new positions. But we are working hard, coaches and players, and we're going to replace 8 on defense and 6 on offense, and reload them, I should say, and so we have another successful year.
And, Coach, you look back at this game that you're playing against Martinsburg. When you guys played them last year, it was a tough, hard-fought battle, but you guys came out on the losing end. But your team didn't put their heads down as they went off and rattled off a bunch of wins afterwards. What's it going to take this year to get a win against Martinsburg?
Well, we're going to have to collision receivers, get some tackle well. Linebackers are going to have to fit right, and we're going to have to be extremely focused, play extremely disciplined, and play with great physicality and execute our game plans in all 3 phases. Don't make mistakes. Play our game.
Coach Holter, your team's returning 4 offensive starters from last year's game against Martinsburg, and only 1 on the offensive line. How are the new guys looking so far here this offseason?
Yeah. Well, actually, we're returning 5 and 2 offensive linemen. One's an all-state center. The other is all-region guard or tackle, actually. Every kid in our like Martinsburg program, every kid in our program gets coached, and they run our offense and our defense and coach special teams, and so our kids are well versed in the terminology and the expectations. So when positions come available, kids are ready to seize their opportunity. And that's exactly what's going to happen this year. So we look forward to those young kids maturing and understanding what their jobs are and doing their jobs and growing as a person and a football player.
And, Coach, you guys are going to have to travel a ways to get to this game. Is it the furthest road trip on your schedule this year?
For the regular season, yes. Listen, we're not some little program that hasn't been anywhere or done anything. I mean, 2 years ago, a season ago, we were getting on a bus and rode 5 hours to Norfolk, win the state championship. So, we have a great city around here that funds us and gives us support, and we'll have everything that we need. And our kids will be focused and ready to go.
And it seems a lot similar to what it's like up here in Martinsburg. Me being from Virginia myself, I know how much of a power the Salem team is. And what is it going to take for you guys to get to the state championship this year?
Focus, discipline, execute in all 3 phases of our game. Improve every week. Don't look at that scoreboard thing. Things are indicative of how well you do the little things right, and in all 3 phases of the game, and that's what we'll constantly reinforce. So it's going to take all those things day by day, week by week, and the team just growing together, and young men doing their jobs, coaches doing their jobs, and keep more, be humble but not satisfied, be proud but not satisfied, and just keep that hunger and pay attention to the little details, and things have a way of working out.
What's the team need to execute on to start the season 1-0?
Well, we're going to have to play our tails off in all 3 phases of the game. Martinsburg's coaching staff and their players do a tremendous job preparing. They're very talented, but so are we. So what's going to have to happen is we're going to have to understand what our assignments are, play with great speed and physicality, don't make mental errors, don't miss a line on defense, and execute on offense. The Martinsburg is well coached defensively. They get after you. We're going to have to protect our quarterback, and the offensive line of ours is going to have to grow up in a hurry. And if they do those things, we're going to have a tremendous chance to be successful.
Thank you, Coach, for the interview, and good luck.
All right, thank you.
That was Salem head coach Don Holter as we wrap things up here on this segment of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. You're tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR and TV10, your home for Martinsburg football.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Welcome back into the Matt Miller broadcast booth. Colin McLaughlin here alongside me is Dylan Bishop as we continue our W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, and we'll now look at the Martinsburg Bulldogs as Martinsburg, the 9-time defending state champions, coming into this one with that state championship last year after going 13-1, the only loss being to the Spring Valley team there to end the regular season for Martinsburg, but as everybody remembers, they got revenge there in the playoffs. But this year, it's a different team, as we already mentioned during this pregame show. No more Hudson Clement, as he is now at West Virginia University, but a lot of starters on both sides coming back for this Bulldogs team, Dylan.
Right. Obviously, a lot of people would look at a team that loses the Gatorade Player of the Year in the state, and they say, well, they might have a down year. But this is different when you're talking about Martinsburg, because there's always a next man up mentality. Of course, Coach Britt Sherman says that this team is 0-0. So even though they've had all this success in the past, you got to leave that in the past and look towards the present. They still bring back their two leading rushers from last year, Murphy Clement, who had over 1,100 yards and 22 touchdowns on the ground, as well as Xavion Kendall, who had 6 touchdowns and over 500 yards rushing. They do lose their top 2 receivers. Obviously, that was where Hudson Clement made most of his big plays, 1,700 yards receiving and 23 touchdowns. They also lost Jacob Barrick, who had 600 yards and 7 touchdowns through the air. So that's going to be the question. Your biggest leading receiver from last year was Roman Pearson, who had only 31 catches. He did have 7 touchdowns out of those 31. But you bring him in. You do bring in a transfer from Spring Mills in Jameer Hunter, who scored a 75-yard touchdown against the Bulldogs at Coburn Field in the game with Spring Mills at Martinsburg. So he could be a factor on the offense that we didn't see for the Bulldogs before. And, of course, you bring back both of your quarterbacks, Murphy Clement, who's going to run the ball a lot from that quarterback position, as well as Ezra Bajent. But according to Coach Sherman, he's been very impressed with what Murphy Clement has showed passing the ball this year. So it'll be interesting to see if they let him get more than just the 57 passes that he threw last year.
Yeah, and that's because of the fact that last year to end the season, he was injured with that foot injury, and that plagued him throughout a majority of the offseason. So he really only was able to work on that arm strength, and that's really what he honed in on. So when you see him out there today, and hopefully we get to see a few passes from the junior in Murphy Clement, I think you're going to tell a big difference in his arm strength and the speed on his passes. We saw him during the scrimmage last week, and you could tell that there was definitely a difference from Murphy Clement's arm. But you also got to remember, Ezra Bajent, brother of Tyson Bajent, who's here in the crowd. I saw him walking around earlier. We'll get to see him this coming Thursday on TV 10 as he's the Shepherd quarterback and the Harland Hill winner as well. But let's get a look at this team surrounding those two guys in Ezra Bajent and Murphy Clement. You got on the running back side Xavion Kendall. Nuke Houston will get some carries as well as Zion Grantham. Guy that originally was in the starting depth chart was Eric King, the senior running back, but he is out this week with an ankle injury that he got in last week's scrimmage, so he will be out this week, but he's sounding confident. He's saying, I'm back next week against Musselman, so hopefully that will be the case. And another guy that is out for Martinsburg on that offensive line, which is already young, is E.J. Hendricks.
Yeah, they are already bringing back only 2 of their 5 starters from last year on the offensive line. That interior offensive line is all new guys up front, but they are bringing in Rashad Reed, a guy from Woodruff, South Carolina, who has apparently come in and immediately become the strongest player on the team. So him on the offensive and defensive line is going to be very intriguing to watch to see if he can right away make himself into a star on this team.
That is definitely true, as we are going to send it down to Spencer Dupuis so we can get his view on the sideline, as it looks like he is instead not wanting to do so. So we'll keep it up here for a few more minutes and get another look at this Martinsburg team as Spencer working with his camera right now. So we'll send it to him later on to get the head officials. But for now, let's look at this roster for the Martinsburg Bulldogs under the head coach of Britt Sherman, who's in his 3rd season with the team this year. Total 57 guys on Martinsburg's team, so 4 fewer than last year. We got 19 seniors this year for the Bulldogs. As you can see, if you're tuned in on TV 10, they head back into the locker room now wearing the all-gray uniforms. So 19 seniors, 22 juniors, 16 sophomores on this varsity team. So a pretty big senior class compared to last year, in which there was only 12. So it sounds like Spencer is ready now to send it down for a quick sideline report. So we're going to do so. Spencer, give us the update there from the sideline so far.
Your defending champion, Martinsburg Bulldogs, will play the number 4 ranked Virginia Salem Spartans.
As we are unable to hear Spencer, so we're going to see if he's having an issue or not now.
You got me now?
Yes, we do now,
All right,
Spencer.
down here on the Bulldogs sideline, they're ready to go for the season opener, and it seems like they're getting everything offensively worked out. Defense looks ready to go. Kicker looks ready to go. It's going to be a good home opener for the Bulldogs. Back up to you, Colin.
Thank you there, Spencer. We're going to send it to a break here on this W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, and on the other side of the break, you'll hear from Britt Sherman in the end zone interview, as well as a few players from Martinsburg. This is Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Advanced technology, compassionate care. That's what you get with WB Medicine General Surgery. Our expert team of board-certified surgeons at WB Medicine Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center combines state-of-the-art technology with patient-centered medical care. With 3 convenient locations, WB Medicine General Surgery offers a variety of robotic and laparoscopic surgery options, featuring revolutionary treatments resulting in better surgical outcomes and quicker recoveries. For appointments, call 304-596-2150.
You've been in an accident. A distracted driver put texting over safety. Your injuries, loss of income, and medical bills can last a long time, even a lifetime. Our job is to try and secure justice that will protect you and your family for the rest of your life. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show as we get into In the End Zone, brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg. They became #1 by making you #1 first. And Parsons, as I'm now joined by the head coach of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Coach Britt Sherman. Season opener at home this year against Salem. What's the game plan heading in?
Well, we've had a good week of practice so far, and just continuing to have a good week of practice and just prepare. You know, great program, very tough program to play, and you're just trying to get everybody ready to go on Friday night.
What have you seen from the film out of the Salem team this year?
Well, they're athletic, they're tough, they're big at certain places, and just quick and fast and strong, and they do everything they do is solid. And if I'd have to say something about the program, I'd just say solid and consistent, and they do a good job at what they do.
Offensively, you guys are returning a lot of guys, especially at that quarterback spot. How have they really developed through the offseason?
Well, they've done what they've had to do physically to make themselves better players, and so we're going to see if it all paid off tomorrow night.
Any injuries that we need to be aware of heading into this game?
Well, Hendricks is out. He's been out the whole preseason, and I don't know exactly when. He's kind of a questionable after this week, per week. But other than that, we should have everybody available.
What are the fans going to be able to look forward to here this season from your team?
Well, hopefully we're explosive and we score a lot of points, and we don't let other people score many points is the hope. And I think on special teams we're going to be unpredictable like we have been in the past, and hopefully it'll be really fun.
What have you guys really been harping on to the team to get them geared up here for week 1?
Just game week preparation and practicing hard. The good thing, I guess, the double-edged sword with the flex days and the out-of-season practices is I feel like we were kind of bored in preseason because all the base stuff was in. We didn't have pads on for 4 days. It was kind of blah for the first couple weeks of the preparation for the season. But now in game week, we did really step it up yesterday, and hopefully it continues this week, and we have a great week of practice and play really well on Friday.
In the Metro News Power Rankings, you guys listed as the #1 team in the state. We talked to you before during our EPAC All Access that it's a new team, obviously, even though you're still the defending state champions. How have you made sure that the guys know that what's theirs is meant to be, but you also got to remember that the past is in the past?
Yeah, we don't talk any about rankings. And they don't matter any until the end of the season. So, those are opinions, and opinions are worth exactly what the paper they're written on. So, these guys are 0-0. They know they have to prove themselves, and it's a whole different team. So we're going to see how they work together and what their chemistry is Friday night.
On that defensive side, you got a lot of guys up front, including a new guy who we'll be talking to here in this pregame show, and Rashad Reed. What have you liked from him so far?
He's really strong, and he's a really good kid. He's got a good motor, and I think he's a good addition to the group that we've already had, and he fits in really well, and he's a good teammate.
And then on the offensive side, we'll be talking with Xavion Kendall. What have you liked seeing from him growing throughout the offseason? I know he got a lot of touches last year, starting-wise as well.
Xavion's also a great teammate. He doesn't ever pout when he doesn't get the ball. He understands that we have to use other packages. When we've used Murph at running back before, he's completely understood. He's cheered for Murph, and he's done things to make himself a better player. And he's just a really, really good teammate that cheers for us and will do whatever the team asks him to do each day.
What's your final thoughts for tonight's game, Coach?
Well, we've got to block, tackle, and not make mistakes. And we had 4 turnovers against these guys last year, It was a tough game last year, and another tough team. And so you can't make mistakes and beat good teams, and usually beat any team. So we just got to be really good at not making mistakes and just make sure that we come out and play the type of game that we know we can play.
All right, that was Coach Britt Sherman of the Martinsburg Bulldogs. We'll be back to continue more of our W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show after this.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else, and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Welcome back as we go into the huddle, brought to you by the Mirius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors in John Everson and Phil McCoy. You can find them at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg or phone them at 304-263-4343, as we're now joined on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show by Rashad Reed of the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Rashad, welcome to the team, by the way. First off, what's it been like transitioning to a new school and a new team?
I mean, it's been hard. I mean, it took me a bit to go over offensive plays, but really once I got that down, it was fun. I like it. The atmosphere is good. The competitiveness, that's what I love.
So, talking with a lot of your other teammates so far, they've been giving you high praise. What has the impact that you've brought to the team that has really shown to them, I guess?
I feel like the one thing I brought to them as a team would probably be my strength. I mean, defense, double teams. Offense, I'll take whoever needs to be taken down.
So we were told that you're one of the strongest guys in the weight room for this team now. What's your squat and bench, just max-wise right now?
My squat right now is 515, and my bench is 360.
So very impressive there, as you're from South Carolina, correct?
Yes, sir.
So what was it like just playing down there, and what has the difference been up here in Martinsburg?
To be honest, I haven't played any games yet, so I can't say. Down there, same little situation. I feel like up here is more of an atmosphere. Down there, people just went there to go there. They just went there to show up. Here, people want to play. I'm going against people that actually want to be here at practice and make it fun, make it competitive, and that's what I love.
Week 1, you guys got Salem here tonight. What have you seen from them that you're hoping to exploit?
One thing be the weight on their hands. It seems to be when they get into their run formation, they seem to sway forward a little bit, kind of like the intent to run, which is kind of what I'm used to seeing in the South, because nobody has the 2-point stance. So I'm used to reading hands normally, and then for their pass, really they don't lean forward. It's just like a little, just put their hand down slightly, kind of less weight, and then on top of that, their right guard pulls a lot when they're in the I formation. That's what I've seen so far. So.
What is your strength defensively?
Specialties, eating up double teams, breaking double teams, and basically just going inside. My job is to sacrifice myself so that other people can be open.
What are you looking forward to most here this season with the Bulldogs?
I'm looking forward to winning and competitiveness. That's all. It's really all I came here for. I like the competitive atmosphere. That's all I want.
Well, you definitely came to the right place for that. As that was Rashad Reed of the Martinsburg Bulldogs. We'll now continue the In the Huddle segment as I'm now joined by running back of the Martinsburg Bulldogs in Xavion Kendall. Xavion got a lot of time playing last year. How has that helped you here, growing yourself into this season?
Well, going in last year, I wasn't expecting that much playing time, so getting that playing time really helped me develop more as a player. And I really want to extend off that season from last year and bring it this year, definitely.
What have you been working on for yourself during the offseason?
Still working on my hands since, I'm more of like a passing and running back at the same time. So trying to balance my running and hands out. So really practicing on focus on the ball and looking the ball in more and just trying to focus on that.
What is it like there in the backfield? I know a lot of competition amongst you guys on that running back core, but what is it like, I guess, being the leader of that running back side for you guys?
It's definitely tough. It's definitely not easy either, but it's fun. I actually enjoy it a lot, and it's definitely a challenge. So,
what do you feel like your strengths are in the running back position?
Being patient and just seeing the field and seeing the blocks and where they're going before the play happens.
Who's your favorite lineman to work with here throughout the school year?
I say all of them. All of them. I don't really have a favorite one.
Can't really pick one. What do you guys usually do just to work up the team chemistry or have some fun within the locker room between you and the linemen?
Just making jokes. No, just locker room stuff, basic locker room stuff.
Try to compete with them in the weight room?
No, they lift way more weight than I do, I'll tell you that.
Alrighty, well, thank you, Xavion, for joining us here, and good luck tonight in the game as we'll now take another break here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, as this In the Huddle is brought to you by the Mirius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors in John Everson and Phil McCoy. This is Martinsburg Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com. At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Heffley Motor Company, just off I-81 at 993 Hedgesville Road, is a family-owned and operated business providing the Eastern Panhandle with the highest quality pre-owned vehicles and customer service since 1997. Heffley is a pre-owned Carfax Advantage dealer. We're proud to be your partner, serving the community. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Call us at 304-267-7172 or see us at 993 Hedgesville Road. And if you want to sell your car, we buy cars too. Check us out at Heffley.com. Heffley Motor Company, a nice place to do business.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show as we're live from Kilburn Field, David M. Walker Stadium inside the Matt Miller broadcast booth. Colin McLaughlin here for Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop as we get ready for the Martinsburg Bulldogs season opener against the Salem Spartans. Let's now get into our keys of the game. Brought to you by the Heffley Motor Company, located at 993 Hedgesville Road in Martinsburg. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Spencer rides with them, so you should too. As we will first, though, take a break here and then come back for the keys of the game as we have the national anthem. So we'll take our break now and then get to the keys of the game. This is Martinsburg Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC, is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle, West Virginia, that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, go Bulldogs.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game. Who let the dogs out?
Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. Today's game is being brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Chris Ross with the Milestone Real Estate Group, the Skinner Law Firm, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law, CMA Honda of Winchester, and WVU Medicine.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Now we'll get into our keys to the game as the Martinsburg Bulldogs take the field for the first time in 2022 at home in the all-gray uniforms. Dylan, quickly, the keys of the game.
I think for Martinsburg, first of all, you have to find your balance between your two quarterbacks because the offense you're going to run with either Azerbaijan or Murphy Clement at the helm is going to be very different. So find your balance. How much are you passing the ball? How much are you running the ball? Now, second of all, these offensive and defensive linemen, these new starters, they're going to have to step up into the place because you've got to win the trench battle up front. And then thirdly, limit your mistakes. I think Martinsburg is the better team tonight, but if Salem gets those extra opportunities at the ball on offense, then they can take advantage. And when it comes to Salem, you're going to have to win the field possession battle. If you can make Martinsburg have to go 80 yards instead of 50 yards, that's going to be a big advantage for you. And if you can get good punt returns, you can set yourself up for success. And they need to find some explosive plays where they can get them. This Martinsburg team on both sides of the ball is explosive. You have to be explosive back.
As the captains are out at midfield, looks like the captains for the Bulldogs is number 15, Sean Scott, as well as number 9, Cam Shallis, number 13, Ezra Bajent, and number 11, Roman Pearson, as Martinsburg in the all-gray uniforms here at home with the black helmets and that state of West Virginia with the block M in the middle on the sides of each helmet. As for Salem, in the maroon helmets with white tops and gray pants, as we wait to get the ruling on the coin toss before the opening kickoff of the season, as the Salem Spartans take the field as well on the far side of the field, running through a banner held by their cheerleaders. You can see if you're tuned in on TV 10 at a look from Spencer's camera, and it looks like Salem won the toss, chose to defer towards the second half.
So the Bulldogs offense starts.
Martinsburg's Bulldog offense will start things off. And it looks like Martinsburg will be going from the left to the right side of the field as both teams will shake hands. As we get ready to go, let's quickly get our starting lineups for the offensive side for Martinsburg. And your starting lineup's brought to you by Jambo Construction and Fencing LLC, a veteran-owned company that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452. Starting for Martinsburg at quarterback is Ezra Bajent. Running back Xavion Kendall. Your wide receivers that will be in will be Sarad Musgrove, Jameer Hunter, Buzz Dover, Roman Pearson, and Cassius Gideon. And your line is Peyton Kaufman, LaDanian Weller, Aiden Fleming, Rashad Reed, Wes Hancock, and Xerxes Yancey. Let's now, before we get ready for the kickoff, quickly send it down to Spencer Dupuy to get today's officiating crew. Spencer.
Thanks, Colin. Looking at the officiating crew today, it's going to be down one man. It's now a five-man crew of Mitch Shaw, the head referee, Deke Walker, the umpire. Head linesman is David Davis. Line judge is Brian Costello, and back judge is Jacob Shook. Back up to you, Colin.
Thank you, Spencer, as we get ready for the opening kickoff for the season. As your opening kickoff brought to you by Orris Farm Market, family-owned and operated, family-grown. Happiness grows here at Orris Farm Market, located at 682 Orr Drive in Martinsburg. As Martinsburg has the opening kick, catching the ball is Jameer Hunter. He's going to run up the middle and be tackled at the 29-yard line, and that's where the Martinsburg offense will start things off for this game.
And there's Jameer Hunter right away, the Spring Mills transfer. We said that he could be someone to watch out for on offense, one of the newcomers, and he starts off and takes that kickoff almost to the 30-yard line. Good return to start out.
So 1st and 10 on the 29 for Martinsburg, as it's Ezra Bajent in shotgun formation. Kendall lined up to his right, and three wide receivers to the far side of the field. No wide receivers to the near side of the field for the Bulldogs. Bajent sends Kendall to the left. The snap, direct handoff from Bajent to Kendall. He breaks the tackle, bumps to the near side, cross the hash marks, and tackled just before the 40. It'll be just shy of a first down, make it 2nd and 1 on the 9-yard carry by Kendall.
That was a good job by Kendall. He bounced off of that first defender. It looked like it was going to be, right at the line of scrimmage or even a loss of yards there. And they're going to actually move the chains. They're going to give him 10 yards there.
Looks like they did advance it, so it gave it to the 39.5. So that's the first down for the Bulldogs this season. So again, a 1st and 10. Three wide receivers to the far side, one to the near side this time, as Bajent in shotgun formation with Kendall to his right. Bajent drops back the pass, looks to the near side, throws it to Hunter, but it's deflected, incomplete to bring up 2nd and 10 as Josiah Moore there to break up the pass for the Spartans.
Tried to go to Hunter again right away. That's a tough pass to make. He tried to hit that back shoulder one-on-one. He just couldn't quite place it in that right spot.
2nd and 10 for the Bulldogs after Bajent's first pass is incomplete. Bajent in shotgun formation. Kendall lines up to his left side this time. Three wide receivers to his left, one to the right, and Hunter. Bajent again drops back the pass, looks for a screen to the left side, caught by Dover. He makes one man miss, goes to the middle of the field, and breaks through a tackle before being tripped up for a gain of 6 yards. Just shy of the 50. That'll bring up a 3rd and medium for the Bulldogs as Buzz Dover gets the catch.
It's just a screen pass out to the left side there. That's a good way to just get the ball into your hands of your playmakers. Try to get them out in space so they can make tacklers miss on their own instead of trying to make these, big passes down the field into tight coverage.
3rd down for the Bulldogs. Ball on the 47 as we're scoreless in quarter number 1 with 10:45 to go. Bajent in shotgun formation. Kendall is left. Sends a man in motion. That's Shallis. The handoff up the middle. Breaking through is Kendall. Enough for a first down and then some, as it's a 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs, as A.J. Harrison actually coming in to make that run. As a new guy in from the depth chart, as we mentioned, it was King that is hurt, so that is A.J. Harrison picking up the first down for the Bulldogs.
How about that? That's not a guy that we had listed on our 2-deep roster for running backs, and it looks like they're really switching it up and switching around as Zion Grantham's in the backfield now.
Grantham now to Bajent's right, 2 wide receivers to each side. Coming in motion is Cassius Gideon trying to get the play call back from Bajent as there's 15 seconds to go on the play clock. He goes back to the left side, lines up. Bajent takes the snap, looking to his left, drops back. The throw over the head and almost intercepted, but off the hands of the defender. and into the sideline as Jonathan Vernon trying to make the pick on the side as the pass was intended for Cassius Gideon. That'll bring up 2nd and 10 with the ball on Salem's 43-yard line for Martinsburg.
Just tried to hit him on that 5-yard out route towards the sideline there. Just a little bit out of the reach there. One of those tough throws, kind of had the defender close by.
2 wide receivers to the right, 2 wide receivers to the left for Martinsburg. The handoff, a jet sweep. Coming to the right side, it's Gideon. Gideon tries to make a couple people miss and tried to go breaking upfield, was unable to do so as he's tackled with no gain, so that'll be a 3rd and 10 is in there on the tackle for the Salem Spartans was Julian Warren.
So far, it's only been Azerbaijan in at quarterback. We have yet to see Murphy Clement take the field. He is on the sideline, so looks like that's just the personnel they want.
3rd and 10, 9.5 minutes to go in the first. And it looks like a man jumped, but the snap never came, so there won't be an encroachment penalty on Salem. 15 seconds to go on the play clock. Bagent calling out the call to his receivers. Trips to the right, 1 to the near side. Sends Kendall to his left in shotgun formation. 5 seconds to go on the play clock. The ball snap. Bagent drops back the pass. Rolls out to his right, trying to look downfield. The throw to Pearson is deflected as Pearson goes to the ground. No flag will be thrown. And it'll be a 4th and 10 now as that pass was deflected by Chris Cole, who, as we mentioned in the pregame show, has an offer for a full-ride scholarship to Virginia Tech.
It's a pretty good pass there by Bagent, but Chris Cole just had really good coverage there, and he got there earlier than the ball did.
4th and 10, ball on the 43-yard line for Martinsburg. It looks like they might go for it. Bagent out there, but he is a little bit farther back, so we might see a pooch punt. We saw that last year from him.
They have no one back.
2 wide receivers on each side.
No one back to field a pooch punt.
Kendall lined up to his right. 9 minutes to go. Bagent drops back the pass, steps up in the pocket, fires a pass in the middle, and it's caught by Pearson. And it looks like he's about a half-yard shy of the first down marker.
I don't think they're going to give it to him.
And they're ruling a turnover on downs for the Bulldogs opening drive as Salem will now start with 8:59 to go in the first. A 1st and 10 for the Spartans on their own 35-yard line.
That's a tough way to start the game, but we'll see what the Salem offense has on the other side here as we get a first look at this Bulldogs defensive line and see what guys like Rashad Reed and some of these other guys that are stepping up in the bigger roles can do.
As the Salem offense, led by Deron Wilson, I formation. Wilson sends a man in motion, and Vernon, the handoff to the running back, Chris Martin. He's going to be swallowed up in the backfield as he tried to run to the right-hand side by the defensive line of the Bulldogs. It will be a loss of about half a yard to bring up 2nd and 11 for Salem. Ball on the 34-yard line of the Spartans.
That's the leading tackler of last year's team, Cam Shallis, back and trying to make it 2 years in a row leading this team in tackles.
2nd and 10, ball on the 34-yard line. 2 wide receivers to the far side as Wilson underneath his center and Jason Bry. And a timeout, it looks like, will be called before the play clock could expire for Salem. So we'll take a 1-minute break as we're scoreless with 8:22 to go in the first between Martinsburg and Salem. This is Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Yes, we took a 60. Yeah, Donna, can you do that?
Advanced technology, compassionate care. That's what you get with WB Medicine General Surgery. Our expert team of board-certified surgeons at WB Medicine Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center combines state-of-the-art technology with patient-centered medical care. With 3 convenient locations, WB Medicine General Surgery offers a variety of robotic and laparoscopic surgery options, featuring revolutionary treatments resulting in better surgical outcomes and quicker recoveries. For appointments, call 304-596-2150.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Heffley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road. As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community. I ride with Heffley Motor Company, so you should too.
false start on Salem to back them up 5 yards. Our first flag of the game goes against Salem. That'll make it 2nd and 15, and backing the ball up 5 yards puts it on Salem's 29-yard line.
This is not the kind of team that you can have a lot of success on when you get behind the chains and start having these things like mistakes, these penalties, and sacks and losses for yards here.
2nd and 15. Wilson underneath his center and Bree. 2 running backs behind him to the left and right. He hands it off to Martin. He's going to slip through one tackle before being swallowed up again at that line of scrimmage. Martin tried to run to his left. It looks like they're not going to give him any yards. That'll bring up a 3rd and 15 with 8:05 to go in this first quarter.
Well, Cam Shallis got in there, but it was also Braden Herring getting in the backfield as well. So Cam Shallis is already making an impact early on this first drive, picking up right where he left off last year.
3rd and 15, under 8 to go in a scoreless first quarter between Martinsburg and Salem. Deron Wilson in shotgun formation this time. 2 wide receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Wilson drops back the pass, slightly goes to his right. The throw just past his receiver, Chris Cole. And that'll be a 4th and 15 now after the incomplete pass. Now it looks like the punt unit is on its way out for Salem. So back-to-back drives resulting in nothing for each team.
There's some good defense being played so far. These teams getting their first action on the field for this season. So these teams are still probably a little rusty here and there. So we'll see what these offenses get going in these later drives in the game.
Back to punt for Salem is Chris Martin. Back to return for the Bulldogs is Roman Pearson. A snap to Martin, and it's blocked. The ball rolling towards the end zone. All 4 Martinsburg players surrounding it and picking up the ball, it looks like, for the touchdown is number 76, Gavin Reese, getting the scoop and score. 7:31 to go for Martinsburg. It is 6-0.
I think that's number 70, Colin. I think that's Aiden Fleming, the starting defensive lineman.
So there you go, Martinsburg blocking Chris Martin's punt for the score. As Brett...
We said that they had to get things going, a little rusty, and there's no better way to get things going than a blocked punt for a touchdown.
Terwilliger waiting for one more player to come in for the point after as everybody gets lined up and ready to go for Martinsburg. Pearson on to hold. Almost bobbled, but he gets the ball down. The kick from Terwilliger right through the uprights and good. First quarter, 7:31 to go. It's now Martinsburg 7, Salem nothing. A 1-minute break. This is Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With your water long enough, it's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
I'm Jason Barrett. I'm running for state senate because I believe it's time to build an even better West Virginia. That starts with a less burdensome tax policy, reliable internet service, a strong education system, and a robust tourism industry. I believe this building starts right here in Jefferson and Berkeley counties.
I ask for your support and your vote on November 8th.
Paid for by friends of Jason Barrett.
Welcome back as Martinsburg takes a 7-0 lead after a scoop and score on a blocked punt by Aiden Fleming. Brett Terwilliger on to kick it off for Martinsburg, and it's a sky kick. Fair caught at the 30-yard line by Salem, and that's well their start. The second drive for the offensive side of the Spartans. In to make the catch was Coe. He just fair caught it at the 31-yard line. It looks like they're going to roll him at for a 1st and 10 for Salem.
So your offense goes 3 and out if you're Martinsburg, but your defense and special teams starts out about as well as you can ask for, getting a 3 and out and then a blocked punt taken back for a touchdown.
Wilson lined up underneath his center, 2 running backs behind him. Sends a man in motion from his left to right. A handoff to Martin. And Martin immediately again swallowed up in the backfield for a loss on the play to bring up 2nd and 11.
And that's Rashad Reed that got back in the backfield. Again, we talked about him, one of the other guy on the other side of the ball. That's a big transfer that's been talked about coming in. And he immediately, second drive of the game, has a tackle for loss.
7:10 to go in the first, 2nd and 10. So no yards gained on that play as the ball still marked on the 31 for Salem. Wilson in shotgun formation. 2 wide receivers to the far side. The snap. Wilson drops back the pass. It's a quick slant and picked off by, it looks like that's Rod Musgrove. He's coming out to the right side at the 30. Makes a man miss at the 20. Makes a couple more miss before being tackled on the 10. Another turnover by Salem. And this time it's an interception by Rod Musgrove to make it 1st and goal for Martinsburg's offense with 6:43 to go in the first.
It looked like Salem's wide receiver just fell down there, and I think it was also kind of let out too far in front on that pass there by Wilson. So it was an easy catch for Musgrove to make, and all of a sudden the offense is in the red zone, 1st and goal.
1st and goal, ball inside of the 10. Marked at the 9.5-yard line, 6:43 to go. It's 7-0 Martinsburg. Murphy Clement in at quarterback. In shotgun formation, 3 receivers to the far side. Clement keeps it himself, bumps out to his left, slips through 1 tackle, tries to get through more, but it'll be stopped for a gain of 2 yards. Bring up 2nd and goal. Ball marked on the 8-yard line for the Bulldogs.
Man, even just on a 2-yard run, you can see the kind of athlete that Murphy Clement is, the way that he just stopped in his tracks, stopped on a dime, and was able to turn up the other direction. I mean, any other player, that's a gain of no yards, and he turned it into 2.
Clement and Kendall in the backfield. 3 wide receivers to the far side in Chalice, Gideon, as well as Dover. But it looks like Martinsburg's going to call a timeout with 6:03 to go in the first. We'll take a 1-minute break, then be back to resume action. This is Martinsburg football on WRNR Martinsburg and TV 10.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
Welcome back. 2nd and goal, ball on the 7, 6:03 to go in the first quarter. Martinsburg up 7-0. Clement in shotgun formation, direct snap, takes it up the middle on the QB keeper, bounces to his right. He's at the 5-yard line before being swallowed up by, it looks like, 5 or 6 Salem Spartans trying to stop the junior Murphy Clement as the whistles blew, and his forward progress will be stopped at the 6-yard line, so a gain of 1 to make it 3rd and goal for the Bulldogs.
I like that they just tried to give him the ball again, just kind of a direct snap and lead your blockers down the field, only able to get 1 yard. So we'll see if that's the inexperience up front or if they're able to start getting things going.
Clement, shotgun formation. Grantham going out to his right. Clement takes the snap, tries to roll to his right, tries to spin past the tackle, but trips himself up as Josiah Persinger there to make the stop, so no gain. Brings up 4th and goal, and the field goal unit will come out for Martinsburg.
Saw Xavion Jones in on the tackle there as well for Salem. Salem was just flying to the ball on that possession. They really weren't able to get anything going. Those guys, those linebackers for Salem, for getting outside very quickly. But you see if you can at least put 3 points up on the board here.
Brett Terwilliger on to attempt a 23-yard field goal from the right hash as Pearson on to hold. The snap. Back, Roman Pearson's hold, a kick from Terwilliger right through the middle and good. 4:41 to go in the first quarter. Martinsburg now leads Salem 10-0. We'll take another 1-minute break. This is Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Let's go! Drink some beers. Mountaineer Grill and Pub.
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights, there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers. Mountaineer Grill and Pub.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Welcome back to Coburn Field. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop as Martinsburg now leads 10-0 after Brett Terwilliger made a 23-yard field goal in Terwilliger's kickoff. An onside kick recovered immediately by Salem just behind the 50-yard line, as dropping and making the catch was Isaiah Barlow. As your first quarter is brought to you by Dylan.
Brought in part by Milestone Realty Group, presented on TV 10 by Chris Ross and Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Buying or selling at home, call 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. And Skinner Law Firm, presented on TV 10. Injury and consumer rights lawyers, thrown 304-245-6613 or skinnerfirm.com.
There you go. 1st and 10 for Salem. Ball on its 49-yard line with 4:40 to go in the first quarter. Wilson underneath his center. Fullback and a running back behind him. He'll hand it off to the fullback. And he'll be swallowed up immediately as Xavion Jones will gain 1 yard to bring up 2nd and 9. Ball right on the 50-yard line for Salem.
That was just a good job there to get right in that backfield there. Only gave up 1 yard. So far, not a lot to go for either offense so far. It's really been those turnovers and special teams plays that have gotten these points up on the board. Really not a lot of yards for either team so far.
2nd and 9 for the Spartans. Ron Wilson in the I formation again for Salem. Sends his wide receiver from his right to his left. Taps him, a halfback toss to Chris Martin. Martin going to be met by Chalice at the line of scrimmage and then pushed backwards after he bounced off Chalice. So no yards gained, as in to make the tackle for Martinsburg was a few players there. Cam Chalice as well as Aiden Fleming.
I saw Xerxes.
Third one as well, yeah. Xerxes in there to make the tackle.
Got in there.
Well.
He was the one that blocked that punt that went for the touchdown as well. So he's making plays so far.
Makes it 3rd and 8 after Martin gained 1 yard. And Martin now will be a wide receiver to the near side, as well as Jonathan Vernon. Wilson underneath at center with Jones behind him. Drops back the pass, and it's deflected backwards, and the whistles blow as Martinsburg, Xerxes Yancey was hoping that it was a fumble as he fell on the ball, but it's an incomplete pass, and it'll be a 4th and 8 now with the ball on the 49-yard line of Martinsburg. And Salem will bring the punt unit out once again with 3:16 to go in the first as the Bulldogs lead 10-0 over the Spartans.
They talked about how inexperienced this defensive and offensive line is for the Bulldogs, but so far Salem is having a heck of a time trying to contain this defensive line front for Martinsburg.
On to attempt the punt again for Salem is Chris Martin, and his last punt was blocked. Back to try to receive it as Pearson. Ball snapped, flag thrown before the punt could get off. So we wait to see what the call is.
It looks like it's going to go against Salem, whatever it is. Don't believe the play clock was down to 0. Don't think it's a delay of game.
It looks like it's against Martinsburg.
You see Rashad Reed running off the field. It may have been.
And it's an illegal participation call going against the Bulldogs. But the penalty, not enough to give Salem a first down. Instead, it's a 4th down, 3 yards to go. The ball moves up to the 44-yard line. And it looks like Salem still in punt formation. Chris Martin at the 45. High snap. He quickly gets it off. It's a low punt. It's going to bounce to the left past the 20 and go out of bounds just past the 10-yard line. And that's where Martinsburg will start its offensive drive with 3:08 to go. It'll be a 1st and 10 for the Martinsburg Bulldogs as Ezra Bajent back out to lead the offense at quarterback.
That was not the prettiest punt in the world. That almost got blocked, but in the end it got the job done. It rolled all the way to the 10-yard line. So one of the keys to the game I have for Salem was to win the field possession battle, and this is exactly that kind of thing, putting Martinsburg back where they have to go 90 yards for a touchdown.
33-yard punt for Salem. 1st and 10, ball on the 10-yard line of Martinsburg's. 3:08 to go in the first. Bajent hands it off to Kendall. Kendall runs the ball straight up the middle. It's going to gain 1 yard before being stopped on that defensive front by Salem, and it looks like Kendall may or may not be down.
Yeah, he's not
trying to see if that is Kendall or not. We'll wait and see who it is, but for now we'll take a 1-minute break for the injured player. This is Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. We're back in 60 seconds.
When you do the same thing for 135 years, you learn to do it well. For 135 years, we've been helping families through the hardest times of their lives. That's because we're a family as well. When your family loses a loved one, we're here to help. We're Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson. We're here when you need us.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Welcome back as Bajent on the pass. It's a wide receiver screen over to the left side, caught by Dover. Tries to break a few tackles. They'll be swallowed up for a no-yard gain. Brings up 3rd down for Martinsburg. Ball still on the 11-yard line.
So Xavion Kendall was the one that went down before we went to break for that injury timeout. He was able to get up on his own. He is on the sideline now with his helmet still on, so it looks like hopefully he'll be able to come back into the game.
Ball on the left hash for Martinsburg. 2 minutes to go in this first quarter. It's 10-0 Martinsburg over Salem. 3 wide receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side for Ezra Bajent in at quarterback. Snap, Bajent fakes the handoff, drops back to pass. While being wrapped up, throws the ball intended for Hunter, and it'll be broken up and incomplete to bring up 4th down for the Bulldogs.
Again, that Salem defensive line is getting back pretty quickly to Bajent. He doesn't have a lot of time to throw so far. Neither of these offenses are getting much going. So, again, we get to a 4th down. Really just 8 yards on that drive for the Bulldogs.
4th down, 1:51 to go. Bajent will punt it high. Not too far as it bounces just shy of the 40-yard line, and Hunter will down the ball at the 41-yard line on Martinsburg's side. So good starting field position for the Salem offense, the best that they've had so far today. For a 1st and 10 as Jerron Wilson leads his offense back out onto the field to try to put some scores on the board as they trail 10-0.
So far, Ezra Bajent is only 3 of 9 for 16 yards. And on the ground, they've only got about 25 yards rushing the ball between the 3 guys that have carried the ball so far.
A very sloppy offensive start for both sides. It's Wilson under center. Takes the snap from Bree. Hands it off behind him to Jones, and Jones immediately tackled by Rashad Reed. Run to the left will be no yards gained, so brings up 2nd and 10 for Salem. Ball still on the 41-yard line as there's 1:25 to go in this first quarter.
Well, we were interested to see if Rashad Reed would make an impact, and so far he already has. That's the 2nd time in this first quarter that he's been able to wrap up a running back right at the line of scrimmage or behind it.
Salem breaks the huddle. Wilson goes back underneath center. One wide receiver to each side of him. Jones behind him. Wilson sends a man in motion from his right side to his left side. Hands it back up to Jones, and another stop. This time by Aiden Fleming It'll be a loss of 1 on the play to make it 3rd down and 11 as Fleming immediately shed his blocker, got low, and wrapped up Jones at the feet for a 1-yard loss.
That's already 4 tackles, 5 tackles right at the line of scrimmage or behind it for a loss for the Bulldogs in the. That is incredible play from the defensive line so far.
Under 30 seconds to go, 3rd and 12, ball on the 43-yard line. Wilson in shotgun formation, Jones to his right, 3 wide receivers to the far side, none to the near side. Wilson takes the snap, drops back the pass, looks to his right, caught by Coe on the inside of the hash marks on the right side, but it's not going to be enough for a 1st down. His in to make the tackle was Roman Pearson, a gain of about 6 or 7 yards. Make it 4th down, and that is the end of the 1st quarter. Martinsburg 10, Salem nothing. This is Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. We'll take a 60-second break. You're tuned in to Martinsburg football.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. Get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Up next,
welcome back as we head to
lineup.
the 2nd quarter of action between Martinsburg and Salem as the Martinsburg Bulldogs leads the Salem Spartans by a score of 10-0. Colin McLaughlin here for Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop. 4th down, ball on the 36-yard line. It's a 4th and 6 as the offense stays out for Salem. Ron Wilson with Jones to his left. 2 wide receivers to the right side, 1 to the left as he sends Jones to his right side now. And a flag will be thrown before the snap could be off, and I believe it's going to be on Martinsburg. But it looks like they called it against the Spartans. That fooled me. I thought I saw on the outside.
There was one referee pointing the way of the Bulldogs, and he still
I saw Xerxes Yancey jump.
Yeah.
And it looks like the line judge on that far side saying it should be against Martinsburg, so we'll wait and see what the head official has to say as he comes over to Britt Sherman on the near sideline, and Coach Britt Sherman not happy with the change, but it is an offsides call, as I thought it was from up here against Xerxes Yancey. That 5-yard penalty, they're saying it's enough for a 1st down. I thought it was a 4th and 6.
It was definitely 4th and 6 on the scoreboard.
So now they're blowing the whistle and stopping, as I believe Britt Sherman saying the same thing. Why is it moving the chains, as we haven't had a snap here so far in the 2nd quarter, but a lot of action.
Yeah, that's a 5-yard penalty, and I don't think the scoreboard was wrong that was 4th and 6. Because I definitely thought that they were going to move it up 5 yards and give them a 4th and 1, but perhaps it was just the scoreboard that was off and not everything else, because they are about to go into play.
Yep, it's a 1st and 10 after the offsides call. So Salem moves the chains. 1st and 10, ball on the 31-yard line. Wilson under center, Jones behind him, 1 wide receiver to each side. The handoff up the middle to Jones. Spins to his left, tries to get outside. Yancey wraps him up, as well as Reed. A 1-yard gain will make it 2nd and 9. Ball on the 30-yard line for Salem.
So Salem has been running, that's the 8th carry of the game for the Salem offense, and they have only gotten themselves about 1 total yard. They had a 3-yard loss on one of their plays. They've only gotten 1 total rushing yard on all their attempts.
2nd and 8. Wilson drops back the pass, looks to the left. Deep ball broken up by Dover. Buzz Dover breaking up that pass that was intended for Chris Cole. That'll bring up 3rd down and 8 Great defensive stop there by Buzz Dover, the 5'10" junior.
He almost got himself in trouble there by not turning around and looking at the ball. He could have gotten himself a defensive pass interference there if he didn't turn around and look, but he was able to do it just enough and get into the face of the receiver that he was able to make a really good pass break up there.
11:22 to go in the second. Martinsburg leads 10-0. 3rd and 8, ball in the 29 for Salem. Wilson under center. Sends a man in motion to his left in I formation. The handoff up the middle to Jones. He's going to try to push his way forward, but it's not enough for a first down. It looks like he may or may not have picked up about 3 yards. It'll bring 4th down for Salem.
It's a very interesting field position for whether or not you go for it there. It does look like the offense is staying out on the field. It's about 4th and 5 from here. If you wanted to kick a field goal,
yeah, ball in the 26.
It'd be about 43 yards, so that's a lot for a high school kicker.
And it looks like they're going to go for it. Wilson in shotgun formation. Jones to his right. 3 wide receivers to his left. No wide receivers to the right side. Wilson readies his offense, takes the snap, immediately passes a quick slant, and it's behind the intended receiver of Chris Cole, and incomplete. A turnover on downs will set up the Martinsburg offense with a 1st and 10 on its 26 with 10:35 to go in the first, as the Bulldogs still lead the Salem Spartans 10-0.
You had Murphy Clement closing in there, potentially coming close to an interception, but either way, you get the turnover and get your offense back on the field. It was just the pass wasn't there. It was behind the receiver. When it came to Wilson's pass there. He's only made 1 completion so far, and he's made just as many completions to the Martinsburg defense with 1 interception.
Yeah, that 1 interception going to Sherrod Musgrove, as Murphy Clement in at quarterback. 3 wide receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Murphy keeps it himself, runs to the near side, makes a few men miss before being pushed out of bounds just shy of the 30-yard line to bring up a 2nd down with 10:29 to go in this second quarter. Clement with the QB keeper will make it 2nd and 8 after the 2-yard gain.
So the thing with the way that they're running this offense through Murphy Clement, they don't have a lot of extra blockers inside with the offensive line. So a lot of times it's just pure athleticism that has to get you those yards. And this Salem defense is really athletic, so that's why they've been able to stop them so far.
Harrison lined up to the right side of Murphy Clement. 3 wide receivers again to the far side, 1 to the near side for Martinsburg. 2nd down, 8 to go. Ball on the 29-yard line. Murphy Clement fakes the handoff, keeps it himself, jukes past one guy, tries to break through a hole and just gets tripped up. But it's enough for a first down as Jonathan Vernon making a touchdown-saving tackle. It's a 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs as Clement stopped at the 44-yard line of Martinsburg with 10:22 to go.
A 15-yard gain there for Murphy Clement, by far his best run of the day, and almost as many yards as they've been able to get on the ground all day with every other run.
1st and 10, ball on the 44. Ezra Bajent now in at quarterback for Martinsburg. 2 wide receivers to each side of him. It's Grantham lined up behind him. Fakes the halfback draw. Quick slant throw intended for Roman Pearson. Deflected, almost intercepted, but incomplete as Chris Martin got a hand on it. Bring up 2nd and 10 for Martinsburg.
Boy, that was a very dangerous play there as that defender for Salem got his hand up and batted that ball in the air.
Yeah, just a little bit overthrown. 2nd down. Ezra Bajent gets the snap in shotgun formation, immediately hands it off to his right to his running back. Running back charges forward for a gain of 1. In there on the run, Zion Grantham to make it 3rd and 9.
So we'll see what they do here on 3rd and long. You're probably going to have to pass the ball here. See, what is your go-to on 3rd and long?
Grantham to the right side of Bajent. 2 wide receivers to each side of Bajent as Bajent sends Grantham in motion, drops back the pass, looks to the near side, sends up a deep ball intended for Hunter, and Hunter will not be able to hustle to that pass as it's about a few yards ahead of him. Chris Cole able to slow down Hunter for the incompletion. That brings up 4th and 8 with 9:27 to go in the second, and the Bulldog faithful not happy, wanting a pass interference call there.
Yeah, pretty handsy there on the outside. I'm not sure if it was really enough to warrant a penalty there, but it was also kind of out of the reach, uncatchable.
Martinsburg going for it. 4th and 8, and a flag thrown as jumping off sides is number 77, Khalif Johnson of Salem. That'll be a 5-yard penalty to make this 4th down a little more manageable for Martinsburg as it breaks across the 50-yard line and marked at the 49-yard line of Salem. Make it a 4th and 4 with 9:27 to go in this second quarter. Bagent in shotgun formation, 3 wide receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Grantham lined up to his left at running back. Bagent fakes the go and then comes over, and a timeout will be called as it looks like he couldn't get the play from head coach Britt Sherman. So we'll take a 1-minute break. This is Martinsburg football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Looking for some nightlife? Then look no further. Laddie's Bar and Grill has a full bar and kitchen, pool table, and entertainment with great food at affordable prices. You can dine in or carry out by calling us at 304-263-5233. Laddie's is open Monday through Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. We serve breakfast all day long, and our lunch and dinner specials are posted every day on our Facebook page. So stop on in to Laddie's Bar and Grill, located at 107 Lutz Avenue in Martinsburg.
Coburn Field, 4th and 4, ball on the 49 for Martinsburg. Bagent in shotgun formation, Grantham to his left, 2 wide receivers to each side. The offense looking to go for it yet again in the second quarter. Pass to Dover, it's caught and picks up the first down and then some after he breaks a few tackles on the near side. It's a 1st and 10 Martinsburg with 9:20 to go in this second quarter. Great quick throw by Bagent to get that first down to Dover.
That penalty by Salem was huge. Your play call repertoire for 4th and 3 versus 4th and 8 is entirely different. So that was a huge penalty to be able to pick that up.
Ball on the 40. Bagent in shotgun formation. Looks to the far side in which he has 2 wide receivers. 2 more on the left side. Sends Grantham to his right. Grantham back in motion to the left. It's a motion screen to Grantham. Grantham catches the ball from Bagent before coming past the hash marks and outside of the numbers, pushed out of bounds at the 40-yard line to bring up 2nd and 8 with 8:47 to go in this second quarter.
They ended up passing that ball backwards, so it ends up being really a carry, a running play in the playbook. So Grantham's getting a lot more work out here than we really expected.
Well, you got to remember, King was out and Kendall got shooken up earlier.
That's true.
So Bagent shotgun formation, 2nd and 8, 2 wide receivers to each side. High snap. Bagent able to reach above his head and grab it. Hands it off to Grantham. Grantham runs to the left side of the hash marks. Picks up 2 more yards to make it 3rd down and medium. With 8:35 to go, it's Martinsburg 10, Salem nothing.
This is kind of the first time in this game that the Martinsburg offense has been able to really start getting things going down the field. Slowly but surely, but they are getting there, and they are starting to get into, another first down or 2 gets you in the red zone.
Caleb Wright and Carter McBride in to make the stop on that defensive line for Salem. 3rd down for Martinsburg. Bagent, shotgun formation behind Fleming. Almost misses the snap, drops back the pass, looks down the middle of the field, deep ball. Almost caught by Roman Pearson in the end zone. The 50-50 ball between him and Cole drops at the eye in that orange end zone. It'll bring up a 4th and 5 with 7:59 to go in the second quarter as they tried to take a shot. And it looked like at first it was going to be overthrown and directly into the hands of Cole, but Pearson was able to get there and almost looked like he had to break up the interception instead of trying to make a touchdown catch, Dylan.
That's what I was going to say. He kind of turned himself into a defender there, that he kind of had to become the guy to break up the pass.
But again, Martinsburg going for it on 4th down. Bagent fakes the handoff, rolls out to his right, tries to look for Grantham, but Grantham wasn't looking back. The throw behind him incomplete, and it's a turnover on downs to make it 1st and 10 for Salem as they get the ball on its 38-yard line.
That's really tough because that was a pretty creative play call there. You had everything moving to the right as they did one of those sprint rollouts, and you had Xavion Grantham running that wheel route on the left side to try to confuse the defense. There was a guy coming in at him, so if the pass was on the mark and that Grantham was looking that way, it was going to be interesting to see if they got the first down, but the miscommunication there just leads to a turnover on downs. That's tough to see.
7:55 to go in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 10, Salem nothing. 1st and 10, ball on the 38 for Salem. Wilson in I formation with the Salem offense. Underneath is center and Bree. Wilson takes the snap, hands it off to his fullback Jones, and immediately past the line of scrimmage, it's Rashad Reed swallowing him up and then getting some help from a few teammates. Gain of about 1 yard brings up 2nd and 9 for Salem.
Again, we see why Rashad Reed has been talked about so much. He has been a menace on pretty much every Salem run that has gone right up the middle. He is making a name for himself in this first game.
Yep, and then Xerxes Yancey making a stop as well as Wes Hancock, just all on the charge that, as we said, led by Rashad Reed. 2nd and 10, ball on the 38 for Salem. Wilson with fullback and running back to his left and right. One wide receiver to the far side of the field as he's under center. Hands it off to Martin. Bumps out to the right side, and a big hit by Roman Pearson, laying the boom with his right shoulder to drop down Chris Martin, who I can't believe held on to the ball after that hit. It's a 3rd down and 5 to go. Ball on the 44-yard line.
Well, that could be a candidate for the collision of the game, the Cody's Body Shop collision of the game, I think.
That's definitely a nominee for sure by Roman Pearson. 3rd and 5. 6:35 to go in the second quarter now. Salem breaks the huddle. Wilson in shotgun formation. Jones to his right. 2 wide receivers to his left and right as well. 5 guys on the offensive line for Salem as Martinsburg packs the box. Wilson, direct snap, flag thrown, and immediately on the QB keeper, the defensive line of Martinsburg breaks through and swallows up Wilson. But it looks like it's going to be a dead ball penalty that's going to be declined by Martinsburg to bring up a 4th down with 6:18 to go. I think it was a false start on Jones. But instead it's a 4th down, loss of 2 on the play to make it 4th and 7. As it looks like the offense is still out there for Salem, so a lot of guts on both sides, but before Salem fully decides to go for it, they're going to take a timeout first. So we'll take a 1-minute break. It is Martinsburg 10, Salem nothing. You're tuned into Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
M. Walker Stadium, 4th down for Salem as both teams conclude the timeout and go back out. A 4th down with the ball marked at the 43-yard line. And it will be Chris Martin now out the punt, as originally before the timeout it looked like Salem was going to go for it because, as we remember, the first touchdown and the only touchdown was on a blocked punt for Martinsburg.
It was, and the second punt after that, they got pretty close to blocking that one too. So we'll see if these special teams woes for Salem continue and see if the Bulldogs can get back there once again.
Martinsburg, nobody back. It looks like they are going to be going to try to block it, or at least thinking maybe it's a fake. As Pearson is in but not back to typically return the punt. 6:18 to go in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 10, Salem nothing.
I think that they think they have a chance to block every punt Salem gets, so they might just be going after it.
Snap back. Martin rolls to his right before booting it out of bounds. It'll be a first down as the ball marked out of bounds at the 35, 36, 37-yard line. 1st and 10 for Martinsburg, as we'll give you our second quarter sponsors quickly, Dylan.
Brought to you by Sutton and Janelle, attorney at law, a full-service law firm helping individuals, families, and businesses with all their legal needs. They're at 224 West King Street, Martinsburg, SuttonandJanelle.com. And brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg.
Good news for Martinsburg. Initially, the line judge, we saw mark it out at the 37. They just moved it up 9 yards. It's a 1st and 10 ball in the 46 now of Martinsburg.
That's, almost at midfield. What a place to start a drive.
Clement in at quarterback. Fakes the handoff, goes to the right side, has a few blockers in front of him, makes a man miss, makes 2 more miss, and he's going to be tackled across the 50 on the far side, just shy of the first down. Let's see if they said his knee went down a little bit before the initial stop at the 45. It looks like they're going to say he was tackled at the 44. Makes it 2nd and 2 for the Bulldogs.
One of the better runs of the day for Murphy Clement. He had that 15-yarder on his last run. That one goes for about 8 yards. All of his runs before that had gone for 2 yards or less.
Clement still in at quarterback. Grantham lined up to his left side. 3 wide receivers to the near side in Dover, Gideon, and Pearson. 1 to the far side being Hunter. We have a whistle blown as one of the officials picking up somebody's towel before the play can start. Throws it off. Play clock going down. 5:20 to go in the second quarter. Clement sends Gideon in motion. Excuse me, that's Grantham. Grantham takes the motion screen, tries to go up the middle, and it looks like he's going to have enough for the first down. Zion Grantham on another little halfback motion screen for the Bulldogs. Will make it 1st and 10. Ball on the 44-yard line of Salem.
Another one of those ones where you just kind of dump it off in the backfield, kind of backwards, so it's still really basically a backwards pass for a handoff, really. So, it got the first down, so we'll see what they continue here. We have seen a big spell of Murphy Clement on this drive.
Clement in shotgun formation. Grantham to his right. Sends him in motion again to the left side. High snap. Fakes the pass. Looks downfield. Hunter's wide open. It's caught at the 10. He's backwards, though. Tries to break the tackle of Martin. Martin swings him out of bounds. It's a 1st and goal on the deep shot to Jameer Hunter. And they'll mark him out at the 5-yard line. So a 39-yard completion between Clement and Hunter makes it 1st and goal with 4:35 to go. Martinsburg knocking on the door for its first offensive touchdown possibly of the game if they can get through.
We had Coach Sherman talk about what Murphy has shown at passing in this offseason. His first one of the season goes 39 yards.
1st and goal on the 5. Everybody but the center moving, and it will be a false start on Martinsburg to back him up 5 yards, make it a 1st and goal on the 10. Because it looked like they just had the snap count off as Chalice, you saw move, saw everybody move basically.
Really, and again, Murphy Clement's first pass of the season goes for 39 yards, and it's to the Spring Mills transfer, Jameer Hunter, who gets his first catch as a Martinsburg Bulldog as well. What a start to the season for those two.
Harrison and Chalice lined up to the right side of Clement, 1 wide receiver to each side. The snap to Clement. Goes to his right. He has a whole bunch of blockers in front of him trying to find a hole. Makes a few men miss. Across the 10. Everybody in to try to make the stop against Murphy Clement. It's going to bring up a 2nd and goal with 4:20 to go in this second quarter.
And the Salem defense has really flown to the ball. So Martinsburg used to having a lot of superior athletes on the field, and they still might. But Salem is putting up a fight when these outside runs come their way.
Whole line change for the Martinsburg offense. Ezra Bajan in now, including Zion Grantham in the running back spot. Roman Pearson will be lined up to the left, as well as Cassius Gideon and Buzz Dover to the far side. The wide receiver is Jameer Hunter. 10 seconds to go in the play clock. 3:48 to go in the game clock. It is 2nd and goal, ball on the 9. Bajan in shotgun formation, drops back the pass, looks to his left. Wide receiver screen behind the line of scrimmage is caught and immediately swallowed up is Cassius Gideon for the loss. 3:30 to go. It's now 3rd and goal. A loss of 2 yards puts the ball on the 11-yard line.
I think Salem kind of saw that screen coming there where they were right all over it. He had to jump up in the air for that one, and he came down with it. He had guys right on him immediately.
And that's tough when you're trying to do a wide receiver screen. When you're in the air, you can't move forward.
Right.
Agent shotgun formation, drops back the pass, looks to his right side. Wide open in the back of the end zone is Pearson. It's caught. Did he have a foot in? No, says the umpire. It would have been a for-sure touchdown if he could have dragged at least one of his feet, but instead it brings up 4th and goal.
It looked like it had to be a miscommunication there on the Salem defense because he was wide open on the corner route towards the back pylon of the end zone, just a little out of reach. I thought that he had it there. He dragged the foot inbounds.
You could see the pellets moving, but
right,
just missed, and it will be another field goal attempt for Brett Terwilliger, the 17-yarder on the left hash. The snap, not yet, as the offense able to make Salem jump.
Now that's a very interesting penalty because now you're 5 yards from the end zone instead of 10. Again, on another 4th down earlier in the game, Salem made it go from 4th and 8 to 4th and 3, and we said that changes your play calling massively, but it looks like that the field goal unit is still going to stay on the field.
3:04 to go. Moves it up 5 yards, so ball on the 5. It's now only a 12-yard field goal for Brett Terwilliger. He lines up again on the left hash. Pearson to hold. So we wait to see if they can try to get him to move again. Pearson checking the line. 28 seconds to go on the play clock. The snap and the hold. The kick is up by Terwilliger. Right down the middle yet again by Brett Terwilliger. 3:01 to go. It's now Martinsburg 13, Salem nothing. We'll take a 1-minute break. This is Martinsburg football on WRNR and TV 10.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Martinsburg over Salem with 3:01 to go. Terwilliger with the kickoff. It's a sky kick to the near side. Coe calling for a fair catch and muffs it. Everybody on the ground. Martinsburg saying they recovered it, and they did at the 30-yard line. In to make the catch is Xerxes Yancey after it went right off the chest and the knees of Coe. And rolling forward, Xerxes Yancey able to scoop it up, and the turnover will set up the Martinsburg offense with a 1st and 10 on Salem's 30-yard line, and that's why you do kicks like that. For situations like those, and it pays off this time for the Bulldogs.
Exactly, and this is exactly what I was talking about before the games. The keys of the games for Salem was to limit your mistakes and win the field position battle, and both of those things went in the favor of Martinsburg right there. This is exactly what you want for the Bulldogs, especially after that 7-play and 39-yard drive that set up that field goal to make it 13-0.
Looks like I don't see any flags, but I think they're setting up for another kickoff. I don't know if somebody maybe wasn't ready or something, but Britt Sherman, you can see, is irate on this near sideline. I did not see a flag ever thrown. I don't know if maybe an official never blew the whistle to say they weren't ready, but...
So I heard a whistle as the punt was muffed, almost as if the referee thought the punt was caught and blew the whistle to whistle the play dead. I heard that whistle at that moment, but then everyone else reacted as if the play was live and the ball could be picked up. I don't know what that whistle's about.
So instead of a 1st and 10 for Martinsburg on the 30, it's Brett Terwilliger back out there on Martinsburg's 40 to kick it off again. So again, 3:01 to go in the second. It's Martinsburg 13, Salem nothing. For those of you just tuning in here on Talk Radio WRNR or TV10 or WRNR TV on YouTube. Colin McLaughlin here alongside me is Dylan Bishop. And after the 12-yard field goal, here we go. And another whistle before the kick. Timeout, Martinsburg.
And Coach Sherman is absolutely not happy on the sideline.
So we'll take a 1-minute break so that everybody can figure out what's going on here. This is Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. All right, let's go through here.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's gonna take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're gonna need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
5. Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Terwilliger on to kick it off. Another sky kick, this time towards the 40, and Co. able to catch it this time around as well as he drops to a knee and catches it on the right hash of the 40-yard line of Salem, and that's where Salem's offense will get started with a 1st and 10 and 3:01 to go in the second quarter.
We'll see what Salem can get going here. Only 3 minutes to move the ball down the field and get some points, so maybe passing the ball a little more than they have been. Although you can get down the field running the ball with 3 minutes when the clock stops for first down. So we'll see. But no matter what they've done, the Salem offense has not been able to get a lot going against the defensive line of the Bulldogs.
Salem's offense breaks the huddle. Deron Wilson in at quarterback still for the Spartans in shotgun formation. Xavion Jones to his right side. 2 wide receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Wilson drops back to pass, looks to his left. The ball intended for a receiver in the hashes. Too low to Jonathan Vernon, incomplete to bring up 2nd and 10. So that ball was below the knees of Vernon, trying to keep it away from this pretty tough Martinsburg defense. As in on the play as well as Murphy Clement to help break that pass up.
So I just saw the number 1 Sarad Musgrove, who had that interception in the first quarter, just had to step off the field either with some cramps or an ankle injury, and Avion Blackwood is taking his place at corner.
2nd and 10, Wilson in shotgun formation again for Salem. It's Jones to his right, 2 wide receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Wilson feels pressure in the pocket. He's going to decide to scramble, goes out to his left, jukes 1 defender before getting tackled after a 3-yard gain, and in to make the tackle was Martinsburg's Rashad Reed. That brings up a 3rd and medium. So it looks like the ball is going to be marked at the 44-yard line for Salem. 2:35 to go left in the first half. It's Martinsburg 13, Salem nothing.
The fact that he only came away with 3 yards on that run is a testament to the athleticism of the Bulldogs defense. It seemed like there was a lot more open grass than that.
Salem breaks the huddle. 2 wide receivers again to the near side, 1 to the far for Wilson in shotgun formation with Jones to his right. Wilson drops back the pass. Martinsburg brings the blitz. Wilson slips through 1 tackle before coming past the 50 and getting shoved hard out of bounds by Murphy Clement. But it looks like Deron Wilson will be able to pick up the first down as he crosses the 50. Will be ruled out at Martinsburg's 48. 1st and 10, Salem, 2:05 to go in the second quarter.
That was a big hit. Another step or 2, and he would have been out of bounds. That was very close to the sideline. That's another candidate for our collision of the game.
Yep, a collision of the game brought to you by Cody's Auto Body. It's a 1st and 10 for Salem. Wilson now will be lined up under center, Jackson Bree. Behind him is Jones. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near for Salem. Hand off to Jones up the middle. Immediately standing up and making the tackle for Martinsburg. Rashad Reed, Cassius Gideon helping him out as well. No yards gained to bring up 2nd down and 10.
Boy, Xerxes Yancey and Rashad Reed have just been all over the place, especially. Talk about this whole entire defensive line. Those two have really been the standouts so far.
Second down, the clock winding down as well. It's at 1:35 to go in this first half. It's Martinsburg up 13-0. And a flag will be thrown. We're waiting to see what it is. I think it's going to be against Martinsburg. A sideline warning against the Bulldogs.
The players are just getting too far out onto the field, onto the sideline, not staying back.
But it's only a warning. So it stays 2nd and 10, 1:30 to go. Ball on the 48-yard line of Martinsburg for Salem. Wilson in shotgun formation. Jones to his left. 2 wide receivers to his left as well, 1 to the right. Wilson drops back to pass, immediately looks to his left. A curl route caught by Jonathan Vernon at the 45-yard line. He's pushed backwards, but his forward progress will be stopped at the, looks like, 44-yard line. So a 4-yard gain will make it 3rd and 6 with 1:10 to go in this second quarter for Salem.
Only 2 for 9 on the day is Wilson when he passes the ball. Not much success on either end of the things.
3rd and 5, under a minute to go. Wilson drops back to pass. Full blitz. Pass caught at the 40-yard line on an out route. Immediately tackled after making the catch. And just shy of the first down is Jalen Allen. 50.8 seconds to go. It looks like they're giving him the first down. We wait to move the chains. Ball marked at the 42-yard line. Wilson drops back to pass, looks to his left side. Hurry up offense. Throw at the 30, bobbled, and eventually dropped on the far side as the pass intended into the hands of Josiah Moyer, but he was unable to hold on to it to bring up a 2nd and 10, 39.5 seconds to go in the second quarter. 2nd and 10, ball on the 37.
That would have been big there. That would have been close to another first down, putting you close to the red zone past the 30-yard line, but just could not come down with it.
You got to remember that Salem at least wants to put some points up on the board. It's 13-0 Martinsburg, and Salem gets the ball to start the second half as they deferred after winning the toss to start the game.
Right, you get a score here, you can get a score to start the second half too.
Two receivers to the right, 1 to the far side. Wilson in shotgun formation, gets the snap, drops back to pass. 3 guys trying to swallow him up. Eventually somebody gets there trying to see who it was. It's Xerxes Yancey in to make the snap. The sack. Whistle blows and a timeout will be called. As Yancey gets the sack, it'll be the 40-yard line when we come back from the final timeout called by Salem. We'll keep it here. 30.6 seconds to go in this second quarter. It's Martinsburg 13, Salem nothing, as the Bulldogs trying to hold on to a first half shutout of the Salem Spartans.
That was really the first sack of the game, as well as that defensive line has been playing. Salem's not really passing the ball too much. There hasn't been too many opportunities at it. There's been quick passes, really just 5 yards and out for the Salem quarterback, Wilson, there. So that was really the first opportunity they had, and Yancey, again, is everywhere.
It'll be 3rd down, 11 to go for Salem after this Bulldog defense continuing to send a blitz of Yancey as well as Cassius Gideon and Rashad Reed. It seems like as soon as that ball snapped, they've been in the backfield causing problems for Deron Wilson of Salem.
They have been. They have just been all over the place. The Salem offensive line is having a lot of problems stopping the penetrating front of the Bulldogs defensive line.
Both teams back out after the timeout of Salem. 3rd down. Ball on the 40-yard line for the Spartans as they break the huddle. Will be Wilson in shotgun formation. 2 wide receivers to his left. 2 more to the right side as well, with Xavion Jones in at running back, lined up to his right in the shotgun formation as well. Wilson drops back to pass. Everybody coming at him. Flag will be thrown. A pass from Wilson to Martin is caught as he's tackled on the far side past the numbers at the 25-yard line. 2 flags on the field, though, after Chris Martin made the catch and was wrapped up by Gideon. We'll wait and see what these 2 flags are. 22 seconds to go in the second quarter.
So I think this is going to be holding against Salem. They kind of had to do it to save the sack there. Looks like it was an ineligible man downfield as well, but they're going to decline that one, and they're going to accept the holding penalty to back them up 10 yards. So, I mean, if they didn't hold, they would have given up the sack, and it would have been pretty much the end of the drive for Salem.
And that's going to back up the Salem Spartans offense all the way to its 44-yard line. And it's a 3rd down and very long with 22 seconds to go. The clock starts to wind down under 20. It's 13-0 Martinsburg over Salem. Wilson drops back the pass, rolls out to his right, throws it out of bounds into the Martinsburg bench. Ezra Bajent making the catch on the bench, and that might be the only catch you see from him today unless we see a crazy trick play from the Martinsburg quarterback.
If they want to pull out some sort of Philly special or something.
13 seconds to go. Salem will send out its punt unit. 4th down and 30 for this punt. Ball on the 44-yard line. Let's see if Martinsburg decides to put somebody back there or if they're going to send everybody like they did the last time after we already have seen a blocked punt touchdown for the Bulldogs.
So there's only 13 seconds left in the half, so you can't do much if you were to field this punt and try to do something on offense.
Chris Martin on to punt. Snap and the kick in time before a player could get there. Roman Pearson catches it at the 25, goes to the right, makes a few men miss before being tackled just shy of the 35. It'll be a 1st and 10 for Martinsburg with 3 seconds to go in this second quarter, as the ball will be marked at the 34, so they'll have 66 yards to go if they want to try to go for a crazy play or a Hail Mary or a hook and lateral situation, something crazy, or if they just decide to knee it as they're up 13-0.
I think with a 2-possession lead here, you don't do anything crazy. You either just take a knee or you just run the ball. I would just hand it off to Grantham here, and maybe he gets you a couple yards, or maybe he can break something loose. Just tell him to protect the ball. That's going to be the important part. Don't let Salem be able to pick up a fumble, run it back for a score right before halftime.
Ezra Bajent in at quarterback, Grantham to his right, 3 wide receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. High snap behind the head of Bajent. He has to run backwards and try to land on the ball, and he does so. A heart attack of the Bulldogs just avoided by Ezra Bajent, who hopefully is not shaken up as he gets helped up by Wes Hancock and jogs off the field. It's 13-0 at halftime as we wait to see if Spencer Dupuis can get Britt Sherman before he heads into the locker room, as Britt Sherman will walk over to Spencer as we see the head coach of Martinsburg now with Spencer. We'll send it down to him.
Thanks, Colin. Hey, Coach, defense and special teams really set the tone for you right now. What does it say about those 2 units?
Just thank goodness. Defense playing lights out, just playing great. I mean, I can't say enough about those guys. We're just extremely well coached, playing hard. Had one great thing there on special teams. Just kind of set the tone and set the momentum for the beginning of the game.
It seems like those guys up front on the defensive line are really doing work today.
Yeah, I mean they're eating up blocks, letting everybody run around, and I mean just playing well. I mean playing excellent.
All right, Coach. Offense not really where you want it to be. What are you telling them going into half?
Well, I mean that right there is that last play was just our whole half. And it's just terrible coaching by me, and we're going to have to get it straight. I mean, it's like we're speaking 2 different languages or something, and we got to get it going.
All right, Coach, thanks for the time. Best of luck in the second half.
Thank you.
Back up to you, Colin.
Thank you, Spencer, and Coach Sherman as well. We'll take a 2-minute break before we get into our halftime show. It's Martinsburg 13, Salem nothing. This is Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. We're back in 2 minutes.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium inside the Matt Miller Broadcasting booth. Colin McLaughlin here for Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop as Martinsburg leads at the half by a score of 13-0 over the Salem Spartans. As your halftime is brought to you by the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com as we will now get into our first half scoring recap and analysis. And so far scoring, it's all been Martinsburg, but it's been by the way of special teams only.
It really has. We had a blocked punt by Xerxes Yancey's on the first drive for Salem that was picked up by Aiden Fleming and taken for a touchdown. And then past that, it's been two field goals by Brent Twilliger of 22 and 27 yards that have gotten us to a 13-0 score. And then when we come to the analysis, first of all, I'll give you some stats here. Ezra Bajan, 5 of 16 for 22 yards. Hasn't been a great offensive half for Martinsburg. 7 carries for 30 yards for Murphy Clement. Murphy Clement is 1 for 1 for 39 yards on that 39-yard pass to Jameer Hunter, the transfer from Spring Mills. Other than that, your leading wide receivers for the Bulldogs is Drew Pearson with 9 yards and Buzz Dover with 15. And then we saw Xavion Kendall go down with an injury after he had 2 carries for 12 yards. And then we've seen a lot of Zion Grantham, whose 4 carries have gotten him only 8 yards. So it's been a defensive struggle. Again, all those points on special teams so far.
Yeah, it's definitely been tough for both sides, but it's been a tremendous job by that defensive line of Martinsburg so far. A few sacks here and there, a ton of tackles for a loss, or even sometimes tackles that just completely negate the play. No yards gained as well, but hopefully that continues as Martinsburg up at the half by a score of 13-0 as the Martinsburg marching band out on the field for right now. But for now, we'll take a 2-minute break, and when we come back on the other side of that 2-minute break, you'll hear from Nick Verzolini with some scores from around the state. But here at halftime, it's Martinsburg 13, Salem 0. This is Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights, there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
When you do the same thing for 135 years, you learn to do it well. For 135 years, we've been helping families through the hardest times of their lives. That's because we're a family as well. When your family loses a loved one, we're here to help. We're Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson. We're here when you need us.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Heffley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road.
As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community.
I ride with Heffley Motor Company, so you should too.
We welcome you into the halftime scoreboard update. I'm your host, Nick Verzolini. At the half, the game you're currently watching, Martinsburg leading 13-0. Some other games going on in the EPAC. Musselman taking on Spring Mills. That's reversed. It should be at Spring Mills, but Musselman leading 13-0 in that ball game. Jefferson leads Millbrook 14-0, and last night we saw it here on TV 10. It was a 34-15 victory for Hedgesville over Washington. Good game, good comeback last night for Hedgesville, who was down 15-0 at the half, but rallied back to get the win 34-15. Some other AAA scores. Bridgeport is all over Buchanan Upshur right now, 42-0. Point Pleasant, AA school, leading Greenbrier East right now, 7-0. John Marshall leads University 7-0. And St. Albans, Parkersburg, no score reported there. Park South all over Capital, 35-0 in that ball game. Hampshire leading Preston 28-7 in that game. Brook leads Ripley 14-6. Woodrow Wilson up 14-0 over Riverside Spring Valley, currently on top of Huntington 7-0. That one was delayed, but 7-0 lead currently for the Timberwolves. And then Wheeling Park leads St. Clairsville, Ohio 35-7. And then a regional game in AA. Berkeley Springs in a shootout right now with Single A Petersburg, who leads them 39-21. We will take a break, and when we return, we'll send it back to Colin McLaughlin and Dylan Bishop at Martinsburg High School, who will have the second half between Martinsburg and Salem. Currently, Bulldogs on top 13-0. We'll see if that offense can get going for Martinsburg in the second half. This is the Extra Point Scoreboard Show, and I'm Nick Verzolini, and we'll see you in the postgame with more or all the scores from around the state.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
When you do the same thing for 135 years, you learn to do it well. For 135 years, we've been helping families through the hardest times of their lives. That's because we're a family as well. When your family loses a loved one, we're here to help. We're Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson. We're here when you need us.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market just 5 miles west of Martinsburg to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Makeup is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Welcome back as we are at halftime between Martinsburg and Salem, where Martinsburg leads Salem by a score of 13-0. Thank you, Nick, for your halftime score update, and definitely some close games to keep an eye on around the state, especially those EPAC teams, both in shutouts for some EPAC teams, as you heard Jefferson up 14-0, Dylan, as well as Musselman up on Spring Mills 13-0.
Yep, and we've got Spring Valley 7-0 against Huntington in the first quarter with a weather delay. So some interesting things happening in the rest of the EPAC so far.
As the Martinsburg Marching Band leaves the field after their halftime show concludes, 7 minutes to go left in halftime, as we will take a look at your first half stats, brought to you by Dynamark Atlantic Security, reminding you, don't be a statistic. Protect your family, home, and business with the local alarm professionals at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call Ben Copenhaver at 304-671-2158 today.
So it's been pretty light on offensive stats on both sides of the ball so far. We'll start off with the Bulldogs. Ezra Bajan's only 5 of 16 for 22 yards. Now, Murphy Clement was able to get the big play in the passing game. He's 1 for 1 with 39 yards. That 39-yarder going to Jameer Hunter, the newcomer, the transfer from Spring Mills. And Murphy Clement also has added in 30 yards on the ground on 7 carries. Xavion Kendall was able to get 2 carries for 12 yards before he went out injured. And Zion Grantham has stepped in 4 carries for 8 yards.
And I just got word from our sideline reporter on Xavion Kendall. He is now out of the rest of this ball game, as well as Kai Fagan. Both of them are seen on the sideline by our sideline reporter, Spencer Dupuis, both of them in slings. So that is unfortunate for both.
That's tough because they haven't gotten a lot going, and it looked like Xavion Kendall was going to be the main running back today, with Eric King out with an injury already. But if you look at Salem's stats real quick, their quarterback's only 3 of 11 for 17 yards and an interception. Their leading rushers also their quarterback, Deron Wilson, with 3 carries for 13 yards. Their other running backs have more carries than they have yards, 6 for 4 and 6 for 5. And that's just a testament to the Martinsburg defense, because I've counted 2 tackles for loss for Cam Chalice, 1 for Rashad Reed, and then a tackle for loss for Aiden Fleming, as well as a sack for Xerxes Yanksey, and an interception for
Rod Musgrove.
Rod Musgrove, yeah. So it's been a great defense and special teams performance to go along with that blocked punt by Yankees and recover for the touchdown by Fleming as well.
So since we have time, I'm going to throw a little bit of a curveball here, even though it's football, not baseball, Dylan. At the beginning of the game, we gave our keys of the game. Are you keeping those keys the same for both teams, or do you think they need to switch it up a little bit?
I think Martinsburg still really needs to figure out what they're doing on offense, because the mix of Murphy Clement running the ball, Ezra Bajan throwing the ball, really neither has worked so far. The Salem defense has some good athletes, so it's going to be interesting to see what sort of game plan they go in the second half. Like I said, my key was find your balance between those two, and so far it hasn't stood out one way or another which way you should lean. And then when it comes to Salem, I said win the field position battle and get some explosive plays. So, I mean, they have limited mistakes so far on the Martinsburg side. No stupid mistakes. He almost, at that last play of the first half, almost had something. That's why you don't get too flashy with 3 seconds left in the half, about 60 yards away from the end zone. But I think that if this defensive line for Martinsburg keeps playing as well as it has, then it gives you room to kind of tinker with your offense a little bit as long as you don't turn the ball over. So I think they have some room as long as guys like Rashad Reed and Cersei's Yankees keep playing like they have on defense, then, I mean, Martinsburg can still take out the win in this game up 2 scores at halftime.
Yeah, it's 13-0 for those of you just tuning in here at the Mansion Ferretti halftime. As Martinsburg leads the Salem Spartans again. The Mansion Ferretti Law Firm halftime brought to you by the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. 3 minutes to go left on this halftime clock, but both teams so far, neither one of them are out on the field. So with those rules at the halftime as well, you'll most likely see 3 more minutes added back on the clock to allow for both teams to give some time to stretch things out. But we're going to take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll see if the teams decide to take those 3 minutes or not. This is Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsinis.com. Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Advanced technology, compassionate care. That's what you get with WVU Medicine General Surgery. Our expert team of board-certified surgeons at WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center combines state-of-the-art technology with patient-centered medical care. With 3 convenient locations, WVU Medicine General Surgery offers a variety of robotic and laparoscopic surgery options featuring revolutionary treatments resulting in better surgical outcomes and quicker recoveries. For appointments, call 304-596-2150.
Back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium as we're still at halftime between Martinsburg and Salem as the Bulldogs lead the Spartans 13-0. Colin McLaughlin here alongside me is Dylan Bishop, and we're going to give a huge shout out because 10 seconds before we came back, Martinsburg baseball head coach and Aaron Byler, who was also our color commentator during the American Legion summer season, just came in and gave us some ice-cold water. So we appreciate everything at the Martinsburg Community and Athletic Department, as well as Davis Moore, the athletic director, does for us here. So huge shout-out to Aaron Byler, keeping us cool up here in the Matt Miller broadcast booth with some waters as Martinsburg comes out onto the field to stretch off as the 3 minutes were just added back onto the clock to allow time for them to do so before we get into the second half between Martinsburg and Salem.
So this is interesting because a lot of what Martinsburg can do on offense against a lot of teams is run some stuff that your superior athletes can get out in space, like running just these design runs with Murphy Clement, getting the ball out on screen passes to your wide receivers. This Salem team has some athletic guys, so that kind of stuff hasn't really gotten them too far so far. And what made things easy for Coach Sherman at halftime was that he was at least able to go into his special teams unit and his defensive unit, and all he had to really say was, keep doing what you're doing. But on offense, they may have to get a little more creative to figure out how they can get some more points on this defense of Salem, because so far it's been all special teams. The only touchdown in this game was a blocked punt returned for a touchdown. So they've gotten into the red zone a couple times, but they came away with field goals both times. There was one pass that Azerbaijan had to Drew Pearson that came really close to a touchdown, but just barely out of the reach. And I think they're going to have to get a little more creative in the offense in the second half.
It's both the speaking captains for Martinsburg and Salem will go out to midfield to meet again before we start the second half, as it's Cam Shallis for Martinsburg as well as Deron Wilson for Salem, as Salem won the opening toss and deferred to the second half, so they will get the ball to start this second half, as your second half kickoff brought to you by Mountaineer Grill and Pub, located at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway in Martinsburg. So we wait for both teams to get their final halftime adjustments underway on each side's respected sidelines. So it's Martinsburg up 13-0 over Salem in this low-scoring affair so far. But that's pretty much what it was last year as well at the half. It was only a touchdown game in favor of Martinsburg, but they were able to break it open a little bit more in that second half before going and getting that 35-14 victory over Salem last season to kick off the season.
My first thought for how to get more creative on offense in the second half is maybe to have Murphy Clement throw the ball a little more. His one pass was the big pass of the game, the biggest play on offense for the Bulldogs. It was that 39-yarder to Jameer Hunter. When he is there in at quarterback, the first thought that Salem's going to have is that he's going to run the ball because he's the best athlete on the field. But maybe they mix it up. Again, Coach Sherman has said that he has been very impressed by the passing in the offseason by Murphy Clement. So we'll see what they do.
Brent Terwilliger out to kick it off for Martinsburg. Back to return is Jalen Allen as well as Xavion Jones. So we've seen a lot of pooch kicks and sky kicks, and this kickoff the same as it goes towards the 30, and fair caught for Salem by Josiah Moyer just behind the 30. It'll be a 1st and 10 to start this third quarter. The ball marked right on the 30-yard line of the Salem Spartans.
So we'll see. Again, this defense for Martinsburg has been the bright spot so far. Salem hasn't really been able to get much of anything going. And in the passing game or the running game, again, their quarterback's only 3 of 11 with an interception, and he's their leading rusher with 13 rushing yards.
1st and 10 to start this third quarter. Deron Wilson under center of Jackson Bry. Fullback in Jones, and Martin, the running back behind him, sends a man in motion. Hands it off to Martin. The running back pushes his way forward to pick up, I believe, its largest rush of the game. It looks like a gain of 4 or 5 yards to bring up second down, as it looks like they're going to stop him just shy of the 35, put it at the 34 for a 2nd down and 5 for Salem.
Again, yeah, that really is his best run on the day. 5 yards when he had a total of 4 on his first 6 carries.
Salem offense breaks the huddle. Bree lines up at the center spot before crouching down to place his right hand on the ball. Wilson taps his butt, lines up behind him. It's Jones at fullback, Martin again at running back. Handoff again, this time right back to Chris Martin, and he's met at the line of scrimmage by a few Bulldogs, and they'll give him a 1-yard gain to make it 3rd down and 4. Ball marked on the 35-yard line for Salem.
And that's more of what we saw in the first half. Just stuffed right pretty much at the line of scrimmage. So it sets up a 3rd and medium for Salem to see if they decide to pass the ball, since the rushing game hasn't really been working that well.
4 linebackers out there, all inside the box. 4 defensive linemen for Martinsburg, too.
This looks like a run.
Wilson lined up under center. Sends a receiver from his right to left. Hands the ball to Martin. Martin goes to the left side. He gets tripped up. Picks up a few yards, but just shy of a 1st down by, it looks like, a yard, maybe even a yard and a half. bring up 4th down with 10:20 to go in this third quarter as Martinsburg leads Salem 13-0.
This sure looks like the offense staying out on the field for try to get this 1 yard. Now, with the way that our offense hasn't really been moving the ball, I can't really blame them for not sending the punting unit out here when they're down by 2 scores.
5-yard run by Martin, followed by a 1-yard run. That last one, a 2-yard run. 4th down and 2. Ball on the 38-yard line. Salem looking like they're going for it. Wilson under center, and a wide receiver moves on the near side. And almost felt like an earthquake. I think that startled you, Dylan, as one of the Salem coaches to our left just pounded the wall in between us. And you go over there, Dylan?
Yeah, you
got heartbeat pacing a little bit after Salem's offense backs up there.
I'm only a foot or two away
from the wall. There's a first for everything, isn't it? No hole, though, so no window being built here inside the Matt Miller broadcast booth. So, Matt, don't worry. Your booth is fine.
Yeah, you could feel
4th and 6.
You could feel the anger coming from the Salem coaches in the room next to us.
Chris Martin back the punt. And the punt is longest yet. Bounces just shy of the 30. Pearson picks it up at the 25. Trying to find a hole. He's going to the far side. Makes a few men miss. Across the 40 at the 45. Spins around at the 50. Gets pushed out of bounds across the Salem 45. Just shy of the 40. Great field position for Martinsburg after a pretty big return by Roman Pearson. And he's still slow to get up on that far sideline. And I don't think he's gotten up yet, as you see a few Martinsburg Bulldog players asking for the athletic trainers to get across. Hopefully he's going to be okay, but for now we're going to take a 1-minute break to allow time for him to get stretched out. It's 13-0 Martinsburg on top of Salem. This is Bulldog Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices. And we've made buying a new car easier than ever with 1-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
Ball 1st and 10. Ball on the 44-yard line of Salem after the 37-yard punt return by Roman Pearson. He seems to be okay. He got off from the far sideline. Bagent hands it off to Grantham. Grantham up the middle, breaks a few tackles into the secondary. It's a 1st down Martinsburg. A gain of 11 yards by Zion Grantham makes it another 1st and 10. Ball on the 34-yard line.
He's only able to get a total of 8 yards on his first 4 carries, but it wasn't due to a lack of effort, a lack of athleticism, and we saw that time he's finally able to break one free for a 1st down.
Bagent in at quarterback, Grantham at running back to his right. 2 wide receivers to each side. 1st and 10, ball on the 33-yard line of Salem. Bagent sets. High snap, hands it off to Grantham again. The offensive line gives him a huge hole. He spins around before getting tripped up. It's another pickup of about 4 or 5 yards after a tackle by Julian Warm trips him up. 2nd down. Looks like they gave him 6 yards at 2nd and 4 for Martinsburg. Ball on the right hash, marked at the 26-yard line.
Maybe this is the difference that the Martinsburg offense needed. They haven't really been running those inside zone runs from the shotgun. They've been kind of getting these runs out to the outside.
Bagent in shotgun formation. Snap, hand off to Grantham. Jukes, bounces out to the outside. Almost trips over, able to regain his balance. Past the hashes on the left side. Across the 20 before getting tackled. Another 1st down for Martinsburg as the drive looking good so far to start this 3rd quarter. The first offensive drive for Martinsburg Makes it 1st and 10, ball on the 18 with 7:55 to go. In the third, it's 13-0 Martinsburg over Salem.
It's been night and day so far for this rushing attack so far. Zion Grantham's gotten out in space and looked really good.
Grantham to the right of Bajent. Another handoff. Makes one man miss. Another man miss before being stopped. We'll see if they gave him a yard or not. I think he only picked up one, as finally in to make the stop was Ryan Coe.
Salem finally was able to stop that inside run. It's basically just, they've done it every play so far on this drive to start the second half.
Let's see if they go play action this time then.
It's not a bad idea.
Bajent gets the call from the sideline. Grantham to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Bajent stares down at Fleming as center. Tries to get somebody to jump off sides. No go. 14 seconds to go on the play clock. Bajent puts Grantham to his left side, sends a man in motion. The snap high, jet sweep to the left. The handoff goes to Cassius Gideon. And Gideon will pick up a few yards. Drawn back and forth, no flag thrown. It's going to be a 2nd and medium with 7 minutes to go. Gideon tripped up and stopped at the, looks like, 13-yard line of Salem.
Just a little jet sweep there with the handoff. And it got him a little bit, so it makes it 3rd and manageable.
3rd down as Ezra Bajent stays out at quarterback. Dover. It looks like Malachi Williams in at wide receiver on the far side, 2 more to the near side. Grantham up the middle, the handoff, diving forward into the end zone. He lost the ball, but they say he still had it when he crossed the goal line. It's a touchdown for Martinsburg. A 12-yard run by Zion Grantham with 6:25 to go makes it Martinsburg 19, Salem nothing.
Again, a hole just right up the middle there with that inside zone, and he has been so quick as soon as he gets the ball. It has been, again, night and day for the rushing attack for the Bulldogs to start the second half.
The first offensive touchdown of the season for Martinsburg goes to the 3rd-string running back, Zion Grantham, after King and Kendall are now out with injuries. Brett Terwilliger on to attempt the extra point to make it 20-0. Snap and hold is up. The kick is good. 6:25 to go in the third. It's now Martinsburg 20, Salem nothing. You're tuned into Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Advanced technology, compassionate care. That's what you get with WB Medicine General Surgery. Our expert team of board-certified surgeons at WB Medicine Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center combines state-of-the-art technology with patient-centered medical care. With 3 convenient locations, WB Medicine General Surgery offers a variety of robotic and laparoscopic surgery options featuring revolutionary treatments resulting in better surgical outcomes and quicker recoveries. For appointments, call 304-596-2150.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Martinsburg now leads 20-0 over the Salem Spartans. Colin McLaughlin here for Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop after Zion Grantham gets the 12-yard touchdown run. Make it 20-0. Terwilliger, onside kick at the 40, bounces. Everybody diving for it. We'll have to wait and see who's at the bottom of the pile. Both teams pointing, saying that they do. Waiting for an official to say, and it looks like they're pointing with the recovery for the Salem Spartans as Chris Cole comes down to the pile with the ball, so it'll be a 1st and 10 for Salem at its 40-yard line.
That was a close one there. That was almost one that the Bulldogs were able to fall on.
I'm surprised that Salem let it bounce, because that typically helps the kicking team.
Right, the Salem special teams has not been on their A game so far today, following that 6-play, 42-yard touchdown drive that ended with the 12-yard touchdown by Zion Grantham to make it 20-0.
By the way, looking at the sideline, Roman Pearson Looks like he might be out the rest of the game as his shoulder pads are off. 1st and 10, ball on the 40. Wilson drops back the pass, rolls to his left, finds an open receiver, goes in and out of his hands, almost intercepted by Clement. Great play to break it up after the pass was intended for the receiver, number 7 for Salem, Jalen Allen. It went right in and out of the breadbasket and incomplete to make it 2nd and 10. Ball on the 39 with 6:14 to go.
He had that ball right in his hands, but it seemed like he might have been hearing the footsteps of Murphy Clement close behind him.
2nd down for Salem. Martinsburg's defense trying to keep the shutout alive. A lot of fresh faces out there after a few injuries. High formation for Salem. Wilson under center. Hands it off to Chris Martin. Martin bounces to the left. Murphy sets the edge, trips him up. It'll be a gain of 3 to bring up a 3rd down and 7. The ball now marked at the 42-yard line with 6 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter.
Nothing has seemed to change so far for the Bulldogs' defense. Salem's still trying to run the ball a lot, and it's not really getting anywhere. That pass would have been a 1st down if it was completed, but it was a good job by Clement to get in there and make the wide receiver think twice.
The safety blitz paying off for Martinsburg. 3rd down and 7, ball on the 42. Wilson in shotgun formation, Jones to his right. 2 far wide receivers, 1 to the near side. Wilson drops back the pass, looks for the out route to Coe. Coe catches it past the numbers on the near sideline before being stopped at, looks like the 43, but a flag is called. Looks like it's going against Salem to back him up. It was shy of a 1st down anyway, so we'll see if Martinsburg decides to decline it to go to 4th down, or if they just try to back him up and allow him to replay 3rd. 5:10 to go in this 3rd quarter. Martinsburg leads 20-0 over Salem.
They're going to back him up. They accepted the penalty and make it 3rd and long.
3rd and very, very long as a whole new unit comes out. And I think some people might be confused thinking it's 4th down, but it's still 3rd down. So Salem's going to have to figure out what's going on as the play clock and game clock are winding down, and they're still in the huddle with 15 seconds to go on the play clock. It is 3rd down and 23 as the ball now marked on the 25-yard line for Salem. 8 seconds to go on the play clock. They break the huddle. Everybody's still getting in formation. 4 seconds to go. Can they get the snap off? Wilson drops back the pass, looking downfield, and he's sacked. Everybody on the defensive line in on the play for the Bulldogs. Another loss makes it 4th down. A loss of 5 on the play, puts the ball on the 20-yard line as the Bulldogs defense continues to eat tonight.
It's just been like that game. The Salem offensive line has had no answers for the guys up front, like Aiden Fleming and Rashad Reed and Xerxes Yankees.
Back to punt is Chris Martin as he's right in front of his 5-yard line for Salem. Back to return, I believe, is Coy Fagan, with Roman Pearson being out. Have to wait and see who it is as the ball rolls forward. I think it's Jameer Hunter. My apologies. Couldn't see a number. But the ball will be down for Salem. Gives the ball back to Martinsburg after the long punt, marked at the 44-yard line of Martinsburg. Well, they'll get a 1st and 10 with 4 minutes to go in this 3rd quarter.
Again, Yanksy has been making a name for himself on special teams and defense. So he's really putting in a good candidacy for player of the game, depending on how the Bulldogs offense does the rest of the game.
1st and 10 for Martinsburg on the 44. Bajan in at quarterback. High snap. Ball fumbled by Grantham. He's able to scoop it up, and a flag will be thrown as well. And it looks like we may or may not have another injury as Wes Hancock grabbing his knee. We'll have to wait and see if this is serious or not. We'll keep it here, though, for now and give you our 3rd quarter sponsors as we're presented on TV 10 by the Skinner Law Firm, Injury and Consumer Rights Lawyers, on 304-245-6613, or go to skinnerfirm.com, or Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go to hagerstownford.com. Those are your 3rd quarter sponsors for today's game, as it is Martinsburg up 20-0 over Salem, but another injury for the Bulldogs at the 40-yard line, this time on the offensive line of Wes Hancock, who's been in on the defensive line in the place for Eric King, who was ruled out of this game with a sprained ankle.
He's getting up, he's walking off on his own. They were stretching him out. It seemed like it might have been a cramp. Again, August football, it's still really hot out, even with the sun down. So the guys, if they're not getting enough water, especially those offensive linemen that are in so much, they don't really substitute out nearly as much as everyone else. So he walked off the side. He's getting some water. So hopefully he's going to be back in the game soon.
We'll have to see if Martinsburg's going with the pickle juice strategy as well or not to get cramps out of the way. I've seen that a few times with football teams. I don't know if I do that. I do like pickle juice. If it works, I guess go for it. But it's a 1st and 10 for Martinsburg. 1st and 22 after the penalty. And it's a jet sweep. The catch is Gideon. Gideon goes to the left side across the 40 before being tripped up. Makes it a 2nd and long for the Bulldogs with 3:25 to go. So mark the ball at the 42-yard line, so 10-yard gain makes it 2nd and 12 for the Bulldogs.
That was pretty good there. That's one of the better jet sweeps that they've had all game. That's one of the better outside runs that they've gotten, really. It was that inside zone that they were running with Zion Grantham on the last drive that got them so much success.
Williams and Dover, the two receivers on the near side. The far side, it's Hunter and Gideon. Bajent in at quarterback. Grantham to his left. 4 seconds to go on the play clock. The snap off. Hand off to Grantham up the middle. Breaks the tackle. Bounces to the right side. Gets through 2 blockers. Eventually tackled at the 50 by Chris Martin. But another flag is thrown at the line of scrimmage. Now it looks like it's going to be a holding call against the Martinsburg Bulldogs to back them up yet again.
That's tough because that was another really good run by Grantham. They've been pretty good on not committing a lot of penalties in this game. Salem has had 40 penalty yards so far. I only have Martinsburg with 15. So it's been pretty disciplined football so far outside of that play right there.
Looks like the officials still talking about the flag. 2 minutes, 46 seconds to go in this third quarter. It's Martinsburg 20, Salem nothing, as we wait and see if a call does stay on Martinsburg. I believe it is, as the officials going over to talk with the Salem head coach, Don Holter, to see if they want to accept the penalty or not. And it looks like they're going to back Martinsburg up even farther in its own territory offensively.
It's possible that the discussion there is that the penalty is 10 yards from the spot of the foul instead of just 10 yards. So as they back them up, it looked like they did take, measure out those steps to make sure they're putting the ball in the right spot. As Wes Hancock is running back out on the field after he cramped up and had to take a couple plays off.
That is good to see if you're a Bulldogs fan. 2nd down, the ball marked back at the 34-yard line. So it's a 2nd and 20 for the Bulldogs. Bajent in at quarterback. Grantham to his left, 2 wide receivers to each side. Bajent gets the play call. High and far snap. He's able to corral it, hands it off to Grantham. Grantham goes up the middle, passes the 35 before being tackled by a swarm of Spartans. And he stopped at the 36, so a 3-yard gain will make it 3rd and 17 for the Bulldogs with 2:10 to go in this third quarter.
It's an interesting call there, 2nd and long, trying to run the ball, even though it has been working pretty well. So, that probably sets you up to pass the ball here on 3rd down after you got a little bit of it back on 2nd.
Bajent with Grantham to his left in the sidecar, 2 receivers to each side. Bajent drops back the pass, looking downfield, deep ball up the middle, and it's overthrown, intended for Jameer Hunter, and it'll bring up a 4th down and 17.
The passes have just been a little off the mark here today from Ezra Bajent. First game of the season, shaking off some rust that you haven't been able to get a whole lot of in-game snaps. So we'll see what they do here on 4th and 17. Ezra Bajent has not left the field. But they've been really taking those deep shots to Jameer Hunter. That has been their guy for the deep shot down the field.
4th and 17, Bajent punts it downfield, nobody back, so we'll see if a bounce can help out the Bulldogs, and it looks like it is as it continues to roll inside the 5-yard line, almost at the 3, and that's where the punt stops. Salem will be backed all the way up at the 4-yard line. I think they're going to roll it out with 1:32 to go for the Spartans in this third quarter.
The Salem special teams has really been all over the place. When it's 4th and 17 there, you have to see that the pooch punt is coming. They did not have anyone back there. That ball dropped at about the 20-yard line, and not having anyone back to return it, let it drop down on roll all the way to the 3.
So it's 1st and 10 for Salem, and it, marked at that 3-yard line. I formation for the Spartans. Wilson underneath his center, Jackson Bry. Jones and Martin behind him. Wilson drops back the pass, throws it incomplete as the pass was intended for Jonathan Vernon on the near sideline, but too far out of bounds. We'll make it now 2nd and 10 with the ball on the 3 as Wilson had to throw off his back foot there as Martinsburg sent the blitz, Dylan.
As much as Salem has liked to run the ball, the 3-yard line is an interesting place to try to pass the ball because that's really dangerous when you're snapping the ball in the shotgun back to a guy and making your quarterback be in the end zone, risking a safety.
Again, they line up in power I formation. Wilson sets, sends a man in motion from his left to right. Back over, the handoff to Martin. He's going to get across the 5 before being tripped up and tackled. It'll be a gain of 2, maybe 3 to bring up 3rd down, as in on the stop was Yancey and Reed.
And the field position here is so tough for Salem. The fact that their offense hasn't really been able to get much of anything going, and now they're over 90 yards from their end zone to score some points.
3rd down and 8, under a minute to go in this third quarter. It's Martinsburg 20, Salem nothing. Wilson under center. Looks behind him, hands it off to Martin. Martin trying to find a hole, can't do so. And he's swallowed up this time by the left side of the defensive line of Martinsburg. Brings up a 4th down. It looks like they may not have gave him 1 yard. I think that's being a little generous, but the punt unit comes out for Salem.
That's tough. You didn't really give your punter much of room there to have him backed out away from the end zone. We've
already seen a blocked punt for a touchdown. It's Chris Martin in that end zone on to punt. Back to return it is Murphy Clement this time for the Bulldogs.
Well, this can be a short punt.
The snap is low. Martin gets the punt off. Goes to Clement. He catches it just ahead of the 40. Makes a man miss. Cuts to the near side. He's at the 30. And he'll go out of bounds. Be a 1st and 10 for Martinsburg as we have to avoid a scuffle as some players jawing at each other back and forth, being pushed away. We wait for the referees to make sure nothing gets too crazy down there. 3 seconds to go in this third quarter. It'll be a 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs when both teams are back out as the ball marked at the 31-yard line for Martinsburg.
You see, we're only 3 seconds away from the fourth quarter in a 20-0 game. You're seeing some emotions start to come out, some frustrations, tempers flaring on the Salem side. You can't get undisciplined at this point in time. You're not going to make a comeback like that. You have to stay calm and disciplined and keep your head on your shoulders.
1st down, Agent in at quarterback. Grantham to his left, 2 wide receivers to each side. Ball on the 31 of Salem. Agent drops back the pass. Pump fakes, looks downfield, chucks it deep. The pass over the head of Cassius Gideon into the end zone and incomplete, and that will be the final play of the third quarter. It's Martinsburg 20, Salem 10. We'll head to the 4th after this commercial break. This is Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. We're back in 60 seconds.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, Go Bulldogs.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Welcome back for the fourth quarter of Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop. 2nd and 10, ball on the 31-yard line of Salem for the Martinsburg Bulldog offense as the Bulldogs lead 20-0 over Salem, trying to get win number 1 in week number 1 of the high school football season. Bajan in at quarterback for the Bulldogs. Hands it off to Grantham. He tries to break a tackle, but hanging on to his left leg and making the play for the Salem Spartans is Isaiah Barlow in to make the tackle, and it's a loss on the play. I believe a 4 or 5 yards. It's the ball marked at the 35-yard line, so it's a 5-yard loss. Make it 3rd and 15. Bajent. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers to each side. Fakes the handoff, instead throws the pass over to Buzz Dover on the near sideline on a quick slant. He's able to make the catch before being tackled. It's still shy of a first down. Just across the 25-yard line, it'll be a 4th down for the Bulldogs, and it looks like they're going for it yet again, Dylan.
4 yards, I think you got to go for it here.
4th and 4, Bajent in shotgun formation. Tries to get somebody to jump off sides, now goes over to get the play call. It's Grantham to his right, 2 receivers to each side of Bajent. 15 seconds to go on the play clock. Ezra sets, snap, fakes the handoff, keeps it himself, the read option, pays off. Ezra Bajent charges forward, extends his right arm, and gets the Martinsburg first down.
That's the kind of creativity I was talking about.
And I think you learned that from Murphy.
At halftime. That's exactly what I was going to say. That you expect that when Murphy Clement is in the game at quarterback. That's probably the same kind of play that they would run, but they weren't expecting it because it was Ezra in at quarterback.
10:25 to go in the 4th. It's 20-0 Martinsburg over Salem. Bajent with Grantham to his left, 2 receivers to each side. Puts Grantham in motion to his right side. A halfback draw. Grantham goes to the right side. He has blockers, breaks in between, and powers his way at the goal line, and it looks like they're saying he stopped just shy of the end zone. It'll be 1st and goal as Zion Grantham was trying to get his 2nd touchdown, but half a yard shy.
He is really hard to bring down just for how quick he is. He's only listed at 5'6", 165 pounds, but he gets out in the open space so fast because he's so quick. It's really been impressive what he's done in the second half.
1st and goal for Martinsburg. Ball on the 1. Bajent in shotgun formation behind Fleming. Grantham to his right. Snap to Bajent. Goes forward. Stops at the line. Keeps his feet going and into the end zone. Touchdown Martinsburg. 9:47 to go. It's now Martinsburg 26. Salem nothing on the 1-yard quarterback keeper by Ezra Bajent.
We talked about how Murphy Clement in the game running those QB power plays wasn't really going well. They had to figure out a different way to get the offense going, and it's been Zion Grantham and now Ezra Bajent running the ball up the middle that's worked.
On to attempt the extra point as Brett Terwilliger on to hold now is Coy Fagan. And it goes by Fagan. Terwilliger trying to pick it up, and he can't do so, so he just decides to kick it. And I don't think that's allowed, but no flag thrown. The ball dove on top of by Salem, so the extra point has failed. 9:47 to go. It remains 26-0 Martinsburg. We'll take a 1-minute break. This is Bulldog Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
Will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC. You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
Field at David M. Walker Stadium, Martinsburg on top. 26-0 now over Salem with 9:47 to go into fourth. Sky kick by Brett Terwilliger, caught at the 35-yard line, and it's a fair catch. That's where Salem's offense will start. Catching it was Kamari Garner.
Give you the score.
First and 10 for the Spartans.
Give you the scoring summary for that last drive. Those 6 plays that went 30 yards after the punt from deep in the Salem end zone that started them with great field position, ending that 1-yard touchdown by Azerbaijan.
As your scoring drive brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate, trusted leadership, real solutions. First and 10, ball on the 35 for Salem as Wilson still in at quarterback underneath his center, Jackson Bry. It is Jones behind him, Martin slightly to his left, also behind him. And a fullback snap. Almost looked like Wilson never had it, and Jones had to pick it up before pushing forward. He got across the 40, stopped at the 41-yard line. A 6-yard gain will make it 2nd and 4 with 9.5 to go in this fourth quarter.
It's only 16 yards on 9 carries for Jones so far. So, again, that's really maybe the second or third run for Salem that's gone 5 or more yards.
Again, Wilson underneath his center. Jones lined up right behind him this time. Martin to his right, and a flag called. We'll wait to see if it is on Martinsburg or Salem, as it's 9:10 to go in this fourth. It's 26-0 Martinsburg over Salem, as your fourth quarter presented on TV 10 by Sutton and Janelle, attorney at law, a full-service law firm helping individuals, families, and businesses with all of their legal needs. They're at 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Visit suttonandjanelle.com. Brought to you by Parsons Ford, 1400 Shepherdstown Road, and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first, Parsons.
So the penalty is going on Martinsburg. It looks like a 5-yard penalty that's going to give Salem a first down. It was called before the snap. I wonder if they were lined up off sides. Either way, Salem's going to have a 1st and 10 now near midfield.
Salem's offense breaks the huddle. It's 1st and 10, ball on the 46-yard line. Wilson under center. Hands it off to Jones. Jones goes to the right side, gets across the line of scrimmage, across the 50-yard line up the middle before being tripped up and tackled at the 49-yard line to bring a 2nd down and 5 for the Salem Spartans.
This might be a case of too little too late when it comes to getting some things going in the run game, because we're under 9 minutes left to go.
And it's a 26-0 ball game. Martinsburg on top of Salem. Wilson looks behind to make sure everybody's ready to go. Fakes the handoff, the read option for Wilson will gain about 2 or 3 yards as he tried to bounce to the right before cutting up the middle and tackled by the defensive line of Martinsburg, who has been on top of things tonight. It's a 3rd down and 2 for Salem. Ball on the, looks like 44-yard line of Martinsburg.
Now, Salem's not getting away from their game, even though it's such a margin of deficit here. So they're still running the ball.
3rd down and 2, ball on the 46, 7:50 to go. Wilson under center. Drops back to pass. The quick slant to the left is caught for a 1st down, as making the catch is Josiah Meyer. 1st and 10, Salem, ball on the 37-yard line.
That's probably the best pass that Deron Wilson has made all day. So, again, they're starting to get a little bit going on offense, but when it's 26-0 with 7.5 minutes left, this defense maybe letting up a little bit more than they should when it's such a big margin of error here.
1st and 10, Wilson under center. It's Martin to his left, Jones behind him, one wide receiver to each time. Wilson hit as he throws, deep ball to the right side. It's caught at the 10-yard line. It's a 1st and goal for the Salem Spartans, as making the catch on the far side was Jalen Allen before being wrapped up by Xavion Blackwood.
That's a tough throw right there. That's, again, I said that's the best throw he's made all day, and then he goes and he makes a better one there. So
a 28-yard pass makes it 1st and goal for Salem. Wilson under center again. 1st and goal. 6:52 to go. Hands it off to his fullback. Up the middle is Jones before getting tripped up. It'll be a gain of 2 yards to bring up 2nd and goal. Ball on the 6-yard line for Salem.
Again, this Martinsburg run defense, they're probably getting tired. We're reaching the end of this game. They haven't given up any points. They're up by this much. Letting the foot off the gas a little bit that I'm sure Coach Sherman won't like, but we'll see if they can get this stop and bend, not break.
One wide receiver to each side of Ron Wilson. Hands it off to Martin. Martin stopped at the line of scrimmage, pushed backward. We'll see if he gained any yards at all. Looks like he lost one maybe, so it's a 3rd and goal. Ball on the 7 with 6 minutes to go in this 4th quarter. It's Martinsburg trying to hold on to this shutout.
That's Wes Hancock that we saw go out when he was on offense, go down with a cramp and come back a little later. Good to see it's not affecting him too much. He's able to get a tackle for loss.
A lot of guys out so far. Getting word right now that Rashad Reed's out, as well as Buzz Dover. So everybody in on this defense for Martinsburg. Mostly backups. Wilson drops back to pass, looks to his left, off the hands of Martin. That was a for sure touchdown if he was able to catch it, but it was over his head and into the turf to bring up 4th and goal with 5.5 to go in the 4th. It's Martinsburg 26, Salem nothing. So it looks like Salem's going to decide to go for it because why not? You got nothing to lose.
Try to put some points up on the board, right? Don't take that little, sad field goal to get yourself 3 points. Go for the touchdown.
We saw that last year from Jefferson. Didn't end well in their favor. You never know if it would have ended well for Salem, but instead they're going for it. Wilson under center, 4th and goal from the 5. Quick slant, touchdown Salem. Josiah Moyer gets the catch in the middle of the field, 5:25 to go. Salem's on the board as Martinsburg still, however, leads 26-6.
The coverage there on the outside was just a little too soft when you're that close to the goal line. It took a quick slant route there. He threw it out there. He had the space to make an easy catch, and he was basically in the end zone when he got it.
It's 26-6 as the field goal is through for the extra point, as the kick is good by Wesley Cross to make it now 26-7 with 5:25 to go in this 4th quarter. We'll take a 1-minute break. This is Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
CMA Honda of Winchester understands supply chain issues in the automotive industry that has significantly reduced dealer inventories of new cars. That's why we have launched Drive More Days now through September 5th. CMA is already committed to never charging over a sticker for our new vehicles, but now, during this special Drive More Days event, customers will also receive a $500 gas card with purchase of a used vehicle. Go buy your used vehicles now at CMA Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Welcome back, as it's now 26-7. Cross's kickoff goes up the middle and caught just shy of the end zone for Martinsburg by Hunter, who cuts to the near side. Makes a couple men miss before being swallowed up by Coe a few other Salem Spartans at the 20-yard line. It'll be a 1st and 10 for Martinsburg to start things off right there on that 20-yard line, right side hash.
So it's interesting when you're up by multiple scores with the ball, with only about 5 minutes left in the game, what kind of stuff do you want to work on if you're Coach Sherman? Who do you want to get some reps with? What do you want to work on? What kind of looks do you want to try out while still making sure that you hold on to the ball and can contain and get this win?
Ezra Bajent stays out at quarterback. Grantham to his right, 2 receivers to each side. 1st and 10 Martinsburg. Grantham gets the handoff from Bajent, cuts to the near side, gets pushed out of bounds just shy of the 30-yard line. 5:13 to go in the 4th. It'll be a pickup of, it looks like, 10 yards. We'll see if they give him the first down or not.
They might have marked him about 9 yards there. 2nd and 1 or 2.
It'll be 2nd down and 1. As Grantham tried to extend his arm before getting pushed out, but they're saying his foot stepped out before that. As Murphy Clement now in at quarterback for Martinsburg.
First time we've seen him in a bit.
And I think it's the first time all half.
I think so.
Clement in shotgun formation. Grantham to his right. Snap to Clement. He'll keep it himself. Go up the middle. Break a few tackles. He's at the 50. To the outside. 35. 20. 10. 5. Touchdown, Murphy Clement. They were keeping him out the entire half. His first play in, he scores. 5 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. It's now Martinsburg 32, Salem 7.
That's just world-class athleticism from Murphy Clement. He is just the best athlete on the field. His offensive line opened up a hole for him, and there wasn't a linebacker there to meet him, so he was able to just sprint right by this entire Salem defense.
Brett Terwilliger out to attempt the extra point. On to hold is Coy Fegan. The last time it went by Fegan. We'll see how he does this time, as he's not typically the holder. It's typically Roman Pearson, but he is hurt. The hold is down this time. A kick right down the middle. 5 minutes to go in the 4th. It's Martinsburg 33, Salem 7. We'll take a 1-minute break. This is Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. 33-7. Martinsburg on top of Salem with 5 minutes to go in this 4th quarter as Brett Terwilliger on to kick things off. It's another sky kick to the 30-yard line. Fair catch for Salem into the arms of Kamari Garner. Make it 1st and 10.
So that's an easy scoring summary on that last drive. That's just 2 plays to go 79 yards on the 71-yard touchdown by Murphy Clement.
And again, your scoring drive summaries brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate. Trusted leadership, real solutions. 1st down and 10. The ball will be marked on the 31-yard line for Salem, as they are still in the huddle as Deron Wilson just got out there. And there's 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Wilson under center, 1 wide receiver to each side, Jones behind him. Hand off to Jones. Runs to his right side. Pick up a yard before being tackled. Bring up 2nd and 9 for Salem.
So normally in a situation like we just saw with Martinsburg on offense, you would think, 5 minutes left. They've been controlling the clock, controlling the ball in the second half. This could be the last drive of the game, and then they go out, and that drive lasts about 15 seconds.
Yep, all thanks to Murphy Clement with that 70-plus yard touchdown run. Deron Wilson lines up behind Jackson Bree. Hands it off. A hole in the near side. Makes a man miss. Cross almost at the 50-yard line in to make that run. Number 22, who I don't have.
We don't have a 22 on our roster, so.
For Salem, so I apologize. But it's a first down and 10 to go for the Spartans. Ball marked at the 47-yard line. 4 minutes to go in this fourth. It's Martinsburg 33, Salem 7. Wilson under center. It's Jones behind him. The handoff to Jones up the middle. He makes a few men miss, and he'll be tackled by Hunter across the 50, almost at the 45. Put him at the 46-yard line of Martinsburg to bring up second down.
Now, we mentioned earlier that we saw that Rashad Reed and Buzz Dover had both gone out with some injuries, but they are both out on the field again, so it's good to see them out there. It's not significant injuries.
3:25 to go now in the fourth. 2nd and 4, ball on the 46 of Martinsburg for the Salem Spartans. Salem breaks the huddle. 1 wide receiver to each side of Wilson, who's under center. 2 running backs behind him. A handoff up the middle to Jones, and he's immediately tripped up in to make the tackle. Looks like is Braden Herring to make the stop for a gain of, looks like 1 or maybe 2 yards, brings up 3rd and short with under 3 minutes to go.
That's exactly how you play that out there when you're setting that edge. He came right off and bursted at the running back, and he only gave up 2 yards there.
LaDanian Weller checks back in on that Martinsburg defensive line, trying to make a stop with 3rd and 2 for Salem. Wilson under center. 1 wide receiver to each side again. 2 running backs behind him, and some motion on the line, and it looks like it's going to be a false start against Salem to back them up, make it a 3rd and 7, put the ball on the 49 with 2.5 to go in regulation.
Heard another stomp over from the Salem coaching staff, but I was ready for it this time, Colin.
That is a good thing.
Didn't startle me quite as much.
Clock winding down, 2:20 to go. 3rd down, 7 to go for Salem as they break the huddle with 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Wilson looks to his left, then to his right. 1 wide receiver to each side, 2 running backs behind him. The handoff in the backfield and swallowed up. No yards gained as making the tackle, it looks like, is Jimmy Harden. Or is that Cam Chalice? Hard to tell. Let me look.
That looks like number 8, Jimmy Harden. Down. I mean, the way he came out that, it looked like Cam Chalice.
Yeah, that's Jimmy Harden. I see the 8.
Yeah, the way he attacked the ball carrier there, it looked like...
Our PA announcer was making me second-guess myself, but it's a 4th down.
Yeah, the way he attacked that, it looked like he could have been last year's leading tackler for the Bulldogs, Cam Chalice, but it was Jimmy Harden there.
Chris Martin out the punt for Salem yet again as he's on the 40. And we'll have a timeout called as Martinsburg was still trying to get some players out there. So minute 24 to go. It's 33-7. Martinsburg on top of Salem. We'll keep things here as we take a look at both teams' schedules ahead of them. As for Martinsburg, next week, they're back at home against the Musselman Applemen. That should be a good one, a rivalry game. We'll have that game for you again right here on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 with the pregame show at 6 o'clock. Kickoff is scheduled for 7. As for the Salem Spartans, they're back on the road next week at FCHS.
Now, last time that we checked in with Musselman, they were beating Spring Mills 13-0 at halftime. So it looks like they're going to, more than likely, with that young Spring Mills team, pull out a win. But you never know if we check back in. So it might be 1-0 versus 1-0 next week.
Nick Verzolini will have that for you as the snap goes over the punter's head, and Chris Martin, he picks it up at the 30-yard line, tries to make man miss. does so successfully the first time before getting tackled. It'll be a 1st and 10 with 1:16 to go for the Martinsburg Bulldogs. The ball will be on the 31-yard line. So we wait to see if Martinsburg decides to do anything or just put it in victory formation as they're up 33-7 over Salem.
We'll see. We've got a new running back into the game, A.J. Harrison, who hasn't gotten a whole lot of carries in this game. I believe he actually had one for 12 yards in the first quarter, but after that, he hasn't really seen any action.
Bagent in shotgun formation. 2 receivers to each side. Bagent drops back to pass. Looking downfield in the middle of the field. Wide open is Jameer Hunter in the end zone. Touchdown Bulldogs. 1:09 to go. It's now 39-7. Martinsburg on the 27-yard connection between Bagent and Jameer Hunter.
That's just a deep post route down the field. Jameer Hunter running straight up the field about 10 yards and then cutting and shooting for the goalpost there, and Ezra Bagent with a perfect pass to put it on a line.
Again on to hold. Terwilliger's extra point is up. Right down the middle and good. It's now 1:09 to go in the fourth. Martinsburg now leads 40-7 over Salem. We'll take a 1-minute break. This is Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Welcome back as Martinsburg now up 40-7 over the Salem Spartans, and it's Terwilliger's kick, another sky kick, and a short one that's bobbled. Diving on it, it looks like is Martinsburg. We'll see if they have it, and they do. Martinsburg will get the ball at the 34-yard line. Looks like in getting the recovery is Ken Von Williams. Diving on top of the muffed kick, so 1:06 to go. Martinsburg gets the ball back. It's 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs offense.
Well, this fourth quarter has really extended this out. Salem looked pretty good in the first half, especially on defense. So this final score may not be fully representative of this Salem team because they looked like they had some athletes on defense that could contain the Bulldogs.
Well, it looks like they're still going in victory formation, though, as everybody lined up. Bagent under center, crouches down, gets the snap, backs up a few steps before taking the knee. So Martinsburg will improve to 1-0 on the season as they, again, will play Musselman next week, as I said earlier, who is also 1-0. I know I'm kind of taking the job of Nick Verzolini, but the final score from Musselman against Spring Mills there at Spring Mills High School, 27-0.
Wow, that's an impressive way to open up the season for Musselman.
35 seconds to go, 20 seconds on the play clock, and another knee in victory formation for the Martinsburg Bulldogs as Ezra Bagent takes it. Now hands the ball off to the officials. Everybody starts shaking hands, and that'll allow the clock to wind down here at Coburn Field, David M. Walker Stadium. Season number one, or win number one in the 2022 season for the Martinsburg Bulldogs, keeps the season opener streak alive, makes it now 7 straight years for Martinsburg getting its opening win by a final score of 40-7 over the Salem Spartans. As both teams out there to shake hands, we'll take a 2-minute break and then be back for our Palace Lounge post-game show. This is Martinsburg Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Laura. Hey, Laura. What's with the sunglasses? Ouch!
The word is spreading. Bechtel Jewelers is home to some dangerously brilliant diamonds.
See the difference at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood. Sunglasses not included.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Mayhem is everywhere. I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium as we welcome you back into the Matt Miller broadcast booth. Colin McLaughlin for Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 here. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop as we go into our post-game show brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg with a full lunch and dinner menu, daily specials, and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out their menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page as Martinsburg goes to 1-0 on the season, getting the season open victory by a final score of 40-7 over the Salem Spartans. And it was an interesting one to start off, only 13-0 at the half, but the offense came alive in the second half, Dylan, for the Martinsburg Bulldogs.
It really did. It started off with Zion Grantham really just chugging along, getting some chunks on those inside runs. He ended up with 13 carries for 71 yards and a touchdown. Then we had that big 71-yard touchdown run by Murphy Clement. He ended up with 8 carries for 101 yards and that touchdown. And through the air, he was 1 for 1 with 39 yards. That pass to Jameer Hunter, who caught a touchdown from Ezra Bajent to give himself 2 catches for 66 yards and that touchdown. Ezra Bajent finishes 7 of 20 for 59 yards and that 1 score. No turnovers. So all in all, a good outing for the offense in the end in the second half. And then we had 5 tackles for loss by Martinsburg and that blocked punt touchdown.
Your post-game stats brought to you by Bechtel Jewelers, West Virginia's largest Pandora retailer on Route 11 south of Inwood, taking care of you like nobody's business. As down on the field now, we'll send it to Spencer Dupuis, who has Britt Sherman, the head coach for Martinsburg, as well, it looks like, as Murphy Clement. Spencer, take it away.
Yeah, down here with head coach for the Bulldogs, Britt Sherman, along with Murphy Clement, and we'll start with Murphy. You guys faced a lot of adversity today. A lot of guys went down, but it was next man up mentality, and you guys were able to come back and come through really, and seemed like it was a full team effort in the second half.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we knew it was going to be tough. Last year we had a bunch of guys going down, had to be next man up, and it was same for this game.
What'd you see on that run there, 81-yard touchdown?
Saw a good block by number 5, Zion, and a good block by 17, Malachi. Set me up, couldn't do it without all the blockers. Just had to finish it.
and then you start off the season 1-0. Next week you guys have Musselman back to now over to EPAC play. Get a big win versus an Ohio State team.
Yes, sir. We just can't fall off. We got to treat every game like it's the biggest one. We can't let anything go. We still got to go our hardest every game.
All right, thanks, Murphy. We'll let you get back to things. Now we'll move it over to Coach Britt Sherman. And Coach, obviously we talked at halftime, and it seemed like the offense just wasn't really there. But in the second half, you guys were able to put some drives together, and it seemed like figure some things out.
Well, credit Salem. They have a great coaching staff, too. And, they came out and showed us something that they hadn't showed us in 3 years. And, played a little bit of different defense to us. It was my fault for not having us ready for that. But when we come back out, we ran the football. All right, our guys up front just took control. Zion Grantham did a great job, and I can't say enough about him. He's a kid that, he's never going to play here, and he has worked extremely hard in the offseason, and he's hungry. And Malachi Williams, the same thing, comes in there at the end of the game, and he's a hungry dog. And just both of those guys were extremely amazing for us tonight.
Injuries were a big factor in this ball game for you guys, but it seemed like we talked about this last year. It's just a next man up mentality.
Yeah, and we'll lick our wounds and see what happens when the dust settles. But it's the next man up. We can't do anything about a lot of times with injuries, and guys are waiting their turn. And we've told them all camp, but there's guys right on your heels that can play as well. So those guys did a good job stepping up.
Seemed like that defensive line continued what it did in the first half and in the second half.
Yeah, just lights out. Just eating up blocks, getting penetration, doing their job. Doing their job. And like I said at the beginning of the year, when we came out and the trash cans and all that stuff were out and we were running through our fronts, we knew it this year. It wasn't new. It wasn't, we're doing this and that. We knew it. We had leaders teaching it. And so the guys have just done extremely well with it all the way since May.
And, you chalk this one up as a victory. It's a big victory because it's one of the teams that you put on the schedule, a challenger team, and one of the best teams in the state of Virginia.
Yeah, they've not practiced on Thanksgiving only one time since the year 2000, and they played the quarterfinals that week. But just a great school, great tradition, 4A powerhouse in Virginia, and this is the teams that we want to play. We want to challenge ourselves.
All right, Coach, congrats on the win.
All right, thank you guys for covering.
Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Spencer, and congratulations to Britt Sherman and the rest of the Martinsburg Bulldogs as well, getting the 40-7 win over the Salem Spartans. So we'll now take another 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll give you our awards and look ahead to our next broadcasts for next week because we have a plethora of them on hand. This is Martinsburg Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case. We're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Advanced technology, compassionate care. That's what you get with WB Medicine General Surgery. Our expert team of board-certified surgeons at WB Medicine Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center combines state-of-the-art technology with patient-centered medical care. With 3 convenient locations, WB Medicine General Surgery offers a variety of robotic and laparoscopic surgery options, featuring revolutionary treatments resulting in better surgical outcomes and quicker recoveries. For appointments, call 304-596-2150.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158. 2158.
Welcome back to the final segment of the Palace Lounge post-game show. Final score, Martinsburg 40, Salem 7. Colin McLaughlin here alongside me is Dylan Bishop as we are now going to give out our awards. And let's start off with the Orsini's Home Store electrifying play of the game, brought to you by Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. Visit them at 360 Heck Wilson Way in Martinsburg or go to orsinis.com.
Well, I got to give it to Murphy Clement. That 71-yard touchdown run in the fourth quarter, that really gave him a good stat line for the end of the game, and it showed that he is just the best athlete on the field in pretty much any game that he's going to play this year.
There you go. Let's get into our Cody's Body Shop collision of the game, brought to you by Cody's Body Shop at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family-owned, offering superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced certified technicians. Phone 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page.
Well, for collision of the game, it's not exactly the kind of collision you always think of, but that blocked punt, when the punt team came and collided back with the ball and the punter, the blocked punt by Xerxes Yancey and picked up by Aiden Fleming in the end zone for a touchdown for the first score of the game is what was the only touchdown in the first half, and for a good bit of the second half even, for the Bulldogs.
Alrighty, there you go. Let's get our good hands catch of the game, brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg.
So I'm going to give it to the Jameer Hunter catch that he had from Murphy Clement. Murphy Clement was had a 39-yard pass there to Jameer Hunter. His only pass of the day. He was 1 for 1, and Jameer Hunter was able to add in a second catch to get him 66 yards and a touchdown later on from Ezra Bajent. So I got to go with the first one that he had there. That was a big play, and it was really the only big play that the Bulldogs had in the first half.
All right, our final award, the player of the game, brought to you by Bodwell Insurance Solutions, a local professional to help you with all of your Medicare needs. Go to bodwellinsurancesolutions.com or call 304-283-0864.
There's about 7 different guys that deserve this award, Colin.
Yes.
I could have given it to the entire Bulldogs defensive line, Murphy Clement, Ezra Bajent, Jameer Hunter, but
I'm not going to allow that.
Exactly. I'm going to go with Zion Grantham because, first of all, Eric King was down with an injury before this game even started. Xavion Kendall was down with an injury early in the game, so he had to step up. And it was really that third quarter when the first half, there was not much that the Bulldogs were able to get going on offense. They didn't have any points up on the board, and they came out in the third quarter, and they were really just running the ball up the middle with Zion Grantham, and he was able to use his quickness to get up the field and get things going, and he ended up with 13 carries for 71 yards and a touchdown, a lot of that coming in the third quarter. So, again, I could have given it to 7 or 8 different guys, an entire unit, but I'm going to go with him because he stepped up. It was that next man up mentality.
All right, there you go. Zion Grantham getting our player of the game as we look ahead to our upcoming broadcasts this weekend. As I said, there's a lot of them. We'll start with Monday night, our debut of Monday Night Mayhem on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. It's myself, Dylan Bishop as well, who you just heard give our awards out, and we'll be joined from 7 to 8 o'clock, but the entire show's from 6 to 8 at the Neon Moon, so come hang out there on Shepherdstown Road, get some great food. We'll be there every Monday night throughout the NFL season. We'll be joined by the Beast, Travis Bajent, the son of Shepherd quarterback Tyson Bajent, who also played here at Martinsburg, and guess what? He'll be there too. So we'll have him on. We'll have head coach Ernie McCook of the Shepherd Rams on.
That's
at
right.
6:30 to 7. And more.
Every
single week at the Neon Moon. So come see him in person. Come hang out. We'll have fun. We'll talk football. It's going to be awesome.
Every big name in Panhandle area football in high school and college level is pretty much going to be there with us. So come and hang out with us. We're happy to have you there, and so is the Neon Moon.
And then Tuesday night, your play-by-play debut. And it's going to be a good one for high school volleyball. Spring Mills against Musselman.
That's right. The defending state champions Musselman are going and traveling to Spring Mills. It'll be me and Jim Klein on the call. I'm looking forward to that. get some volleyball action in today. I got to go and visit a Shepherd volleyball game today in the afternoon before we came here. They looked really good, too. So volleyball season kicking off as well with football season.
And then on Thursday night, it's the start of the Shepherd Rams season as they go to Southern Connecticut State. We'll have that game on TV 10 only because on the radio side, it's the backyard brawl as the West Virginia Mountaineers take on the Pitt Panthers. But that Shepherd game, again, TV 10 only, 5:30, the kickoff. Pregame show is at 5 o'clock. It'll be Nick Verzolini on the call with Travis Smith on TV 10. The kickoff for the Mountaineer game at 7 o'clock to tune in to Tony Caridi on WRNR. And then our last one, Friday night, back here at Coburn Field, the Martinsburg Bulldogs taking on the Musselman Applemen. And it's going to be a pretty cool game because for the first time ever, they're making it a kickoff against Cancer Night. So some pretty special things will be going on here that I'm not allowed to reveal yet, but you don't want to miss next week's game against Musselman for the Bulldogs.
Absolutely. It's going to be their first EPAC action of the season, and we saw that Musselman defeated Spring Mills 27-0 tonight. So it's going to be a fun one.
So before we wrap things up, for Justice, Spencer, Donald, Donna, Nick Verzolini, who you'll hear from after this, as well as Dylan Bishop, I'm Colin McLaughlin signing off for Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Final score, Martinsburg 40, Salem 7. Until next week, enjoy your weekend.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub! Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market, just 5 miles west of Martinsburg, to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome into the Extra Point Scoreboard. Extra Point Scoreboard post-game show. I'm Nick Verzolini, as we'll run down some scores for you. We'll start the game you just witnessed. Martinsburg getting a 40-7 victory over Salem out of Virginia. One of the powerhouses in the state of Virginia is Salem, but the Bulldogs take care of them with the victory here tonight, 40-7. Some other EPAC scores: Musselman was taking on Spring Mills tonight, a young Spring Mills team, an exciting Spring Mills team, but just the Applemen were too much for the Cardinals tonight. 27-0 victory for them. That Jefferson score not updated, but I just received the update there on that one. And the final score in that ball game was Jefferson, or currently it's in the fourth quarter, Jefferson leading 27-15 was the last update in that ball game. So the one you see on the screen, I just received that update, so I didn't have it for you when I put that in. But last night's game, Hedgesville, you watched it right here on TV 10, or at least we hope you did, or listened on Talk Radio WRNR. It was a win for Hedgesville over Washington. Washington grabbed the early 15-0 lead at halftime, but the Eagles soar through the second half to win it 34-15. Fun game last night at Hedgesville High School. Let's take a look at some other games from around the state of West Virginia. I thought this would be a good one tonight, but it was not. Park South cruises past Capital. Capital's had a few down years in a row, and it looks like that might be continuing this year. A 59-0 win over Capital tonight for Park South, who Martinsburg faced in last year's playoffs in the first round. Hampshire beating Preston tonight, 28-14. Huntington Spring Valley going at it still. That game was delayed due to lightning in the Huntington area, but the Highlanders, as of last update, this was around halftime though, 21-14 was the score in favor of Huntington. Parkersburg beating up on St. Albans tonight, 45-0. Petersburg of Single A beating Berkeley Springs in a high-scoring ball game, 54-21. That's somewhat of an upset there, a Single A over a Double A. Berkeley Springs has had the offense over the past couple of years, but just defensively have really struggled. I promised you all the scores around the state at halftime, and well, I'm going to deliver on that promise at least as best I can. We'll start with the Bridgeport-Buchanan Upshur game. Bridgeport winning 63-7 tonight. Point Pleasant leading Greenbrier East as of last updated in the third quarter, 17-0. University leading John Marshall 16-14 as of last updated. Parkersburg beating St. Albans 45-0. We already went over that one. Princeton over Lincoln County 46-0. Brooke over Ripley 42-6. Woodrow Wilson leading Riverside 28-0 in that ball game. We had some games last night as well. Morgantown beat South Charleston 50-0. Wheeling Park getting a win 42-14 over St. Clairsville of Ohio. So that's the AAA scores. In AA, Lincoln beating Braxton County tonight 68-20. Chapmanville leading Sissonville 18-14 there. Last night, North Marion beating East Fairmont 40-19. Fairmont Senior beats Lewis County 42-6. Frankfort over Moorfield 24-0. Graham of Virginia beating Bluefield, or leading Bluefield, last updated 27-12 at the half. Herbert Hoover leading Scott at the end of the third quarter, 19-14. Good game there at AA. Last night, Independence cruised past Liberty Raleigh 60-0. Logan beat Man 20-7. Liberty Harrison leading Elkins in overtime. Good one there, 21-20 in OT. See how that one turns out. Oak Hill, AAA school leading Nicholas County, last updated at the half, 10-7. Philip Barber was cruising past Grafton early, 31-7 was last updated at the end of the first quarter. So interesting to see how that final score turned out. Summers County beating Pikeview 14-0 at the half. Nitro gets a 1-point win over the Polka Dots in a thriller, 27-26. Roane County beats St. Mary's 30-20. Kaiser over Robert C. Byrd late in that one, 28-21. Weir beats Oak Glen 32-13. West Side over Wyoming East late in that one. Another good one here, 22-20 in AA. Hurricane, the Redskins leading Winfield 48-21. Actually, that one goes final, so good win for Hurricane there to start the season. But obviously a AA opponent. Still a good win, though, 48-21. In Single A now to round things out, we had Clay Battelle. Their game got canceled against a Virginia school. East Hardy puts up 73 on Gilmer County, 73-12 the final there. Greenbrier West over Buffalo. late in the third quarter, was last updated 33-0 at that point. Sherman and James Monroe, we don't have a score update for you on that one, but a highly anticipated game in single A. Clay County of double A leading Midland Trail at the half, 24-16. Don't have a final for you yet. Montcalm over Phillips, Kentucky last night, 42-6. Ravenswood leading Magnolia, 34-0 in the fourth quarter. Richwood, Webster County did battle tonight. Don't have a score there. Mountain View, Riverview don't have a score there as well. Doddridge County beating South Harrison tonight, 25-6. Wayne leading Tulsa, 21-0 there. Double A Wayne over single A Tulsa. 100 is only down 14-0 at the half to Trinity in that ball game. Tucker County, well, that was last update at halftime. Tucker County leading Pocahontas County, 34-12. That is the final score for you. Tug Valley beats Shady Spring. Upset there, single A over double A, but Tug Valley's usually a pretty good team. 32-21, the final score there. Tyler Consolidated and Ritchie County were supposed to do battle, but no score updated there. Or last updated, it was 8-0 in the first. A few other games, no scores in Tigris Valley and just regular Old Valley. No score there. Van and Meadowbridge, no score update there, but Wama beats Racine Southern of Ohio. 33-0 was the score in the third quarter there. Williamstown over Waterford, Ohio, 46-22. That's a final. Cameron and West Green of Pennsylvania, fourth quarter there, pretty close game, 27-18 the score. Wheeling Central over Ambridge, Pennsylvania, 14-7. And then we don't have a score update for you between Calhoun County and Ritt County. But like I said, we went through all of the scores around the state. Colin went over the schedule for you next week. It's going to be a busy one, and we hope that you join us for as much as you can or as much as you choose to. Monday Night Mayhem should be a lot of fun for those guys to again, talk some football, high school, college. Ernie McCook will be there along with the Beast, Travis Bajent. So should be a fun show with Colin and Dylan. And then volleyball on Tuesday, high school volleyball season starting up. Those defending state champion Musselman Applemen, can they do it again in volleyball? They take on Spring Mills. And once again on Thursday, it's another season of Shepherd football on TV 10. We'll be at Southern Connecticut State up in New Haven, Connecticut. So looking forward to that one, see how the Rams can do after an exciting season that led them all the way to the semifinals before losing to the eventual national champions, Ferris State. So, of course, Martinsburg, Musselman, then on Friday night. So a big week coming up here on TV 10. And really, I mean, we're in the fall, so there's going to be a lot of sports on in TV 10. But I think that's pretty much all I have to say. So once again, your final score tonight, Martinsburg beats Salem of Virginia 40-7 tonight. I'm Nick Verzolini saying so long. Enjoy your weekend. Again, catch us Monday at Monday Night Mayhem.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia high school football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Chris Ross with the Milestone Real Estate Group, the Skinner Law Firm, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law, CMA Honda of Winchester, and WVU Medicine.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long, keep it tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg. All rights reserved.